Greetings, user. Neural link established. Ready for takeoff.
Dun dun dun! It's time, everybody. OSU Catch World Cup 2020. The final day in this entire tournament has come. It is upon us. But first, we're going to talk about what happened in the entire tournament for a little bit. We're going to talk about last week's matches. We're going to talk about yesterday's match here together with Walter Toro and JB Hyperion. How are you guys doing?
Doing excellent, thank you. It's a beautiful morning. It's 6 o'clock, but we're here to discuss some fruit catch, because what else will we do with our lives in this quarantine? Huh?
Yeah, fair point you're making there.
It's actually a pretty rough morning for us. It's like 6 a.m. for us, but there is no time to waste for this upcoming match that is China versus South Korea, the grand finals of the Osu Catch World Cup. So yeah, take it away, Sartan.
Yeah, these men actually got up at like 4 and 5 a.m.-ish, so it's pretty crazy when you think of it, but here we are. So let's jump right into it, as Walter suggested. We're going to get started with the matches from last week, as we already mentioned, since we haven't really gone over that at all, and obviously they did happen, so there is need to be talked about them. Starting off with Italy versus Chile. This ended up being a 7-3 match score-wise for Italy, in favor of Italy. Quite surprising, in my opinion, honestly speaking, against Chile. The probably one of the likely top 3 contenders everybody called this year. But yeah, they fell to Italy for some reason. So what happened here, boys?
Yeah, so Chile have been third place in both of the past they were third place in 2019. And we were kind of really expecting them to kind of go the distance again this year. They were definitely one of the favorites for the podium, along with teams like the US and Hong Kong and maybe France. And Italy were a top seed that everyone kind of thought, they're on the weaker side. We don't really expect that much of them beyond Armour and Karim. We don't know how their third player is going to kind of keep up. And towards the kind of back end of this tournament, Trollingor has kind of really stepped up as a player that's punching well above whatever anyone expected of him. So it actually turned out to be a much closer encounter than everyone was expecting. And Chile, I think, won the first 3 points, and everyone thought, oh no, here we go. 7-0 is going to happen. And then suddenly, switch flicked. Whole match, completely different complexion. And Italy just won 7 points in a row and made Chile look, well, whilst being fair to them, they looked very average. Italy just gave no mercy, no opportunity at all. It was a real turnaround, one of the best kind of comebacks I think we've seen in any World Cup match ever.
They had a really rough start. So, as you mentioned, they started off with a 3-0 deficit, but one of those 3 points actually came from an entire team fail on the end of Italy on Hagoromo no Mai, which is a hidden map. Obviously not really the strong suit for Italy, and that really showed this time around with everybody on there and failing. Not really too far into the map even. There was also Lechuguin on the end of Chile who also failed, but that didn't quite matter at that point. But they really ran it back impressively. Wow, incredible performance indeed. There were a lot of fails on the end of Chile throughout the other maps too, which actually gave a lot of points to Italy. But a win is a win, obviously, and a fail shows you that you're just not really playing the map pool too well, I guess. So all in all, yeah, they just ran it back 7 points in a row. Pretty big score differences all around as well, especially due to the fails here and there. Very impressive indeed, but to me, it's quite interesting because Chile was the team to actually take 4 points from South Korea as the second strongest team competing against South Korea other than China. And then losing to Italy like this, it's just a weird sight, honestly speaking. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, whether there was a little underperformance from Chile as well, which could very well be true. But yeah, very impressively, as you already mentioned, Trollingor really stepping up and punching way above his weight class. And yeah, that just made them able to win against a team like Chile very impressively indeed.
Yeah, we have seen Chile kind of underperform a little bit in some matches and then really overperform in others. So we saw them get the 4 points off South Korea, who by all accounts are the tournament favorite. I think that's still pretty much the case. They had a 6-3 win over the Philippines, another very strong top tier contending team. Then they came into Canada, and Canada were winning that match until Chile rallied right at the kind of the 11th hour, and they came back to win 7-5. And we thought, oh goodness, is this Chile that's going to show up, or that Chile that's going to show up? And we weren't really sure how they were going to perform, whether they were going to be like the Chile that we were expecting them to just crush any team that wasn't called Chile, South Korea, or China, or whether they were going to be the team that struggled against good but not necessarily outstanding teams. And as it turns out, both Chiles appeared in that match, except the stronger Chile kind of came in at the beginning, and they couldn't make it last throughout the whole match, unfortunately. And I think it was really crucial that you pointed out that we saw some fails from Chile, because when it was 3-0 and Italy were like, nope, we're going to keep picking no mod because it's what we're kind of best at and it's what we're comfortable with. And we saw the fail from Eldenel on Fluctuation, which did cost Chile the victory there, because he was at like 900k, I think. And from then on, we just saw Italy go on a complete tear. We saw Nachoel fail, even though he got 1,000 combo on Milk Crown on Cinetica. We saw Nachoel and Orisiel both fail at the ending of Shuffle Heaven, and that could have been kind of very close even if the fails hadn't happened. And like, the further and further the match went on, it was almost like you could see the confidence just draining out of Chile by the map. And like, they were like, well, how do we win? Like these we've been winning on these picks, we've been winning on these mods, why can't we win now? And it was as confusing for us as it was for them as to where that former Chile had gone, and Italy capitalized on that at the perfect time.
I think personally might be a game of overconfidence by Chile. If you saw that you have been like 3-0 up, and you have a kind of a lead over your opponent, but even with a full team fail from Italy, you are 3-0. Probably you have enough confidence to win the remaining matches, but it's actually something really strange that at 3-0, Italy like had their nerves like control to get the remaining 7 points. From that, like Chile like just went on. When they had the first fail, probably that's the point where they went really nervous about the rest of the match. Like having a fail or two on every map, it shows that one, that the map pool is really complicated, and two, that even with their experience, because this is a team that have a lot of years of experience, they didn't control the nerves at all, and on that scenario. So yeah, actually, it's like we didn't like saw with a team of Chile might be like on the control of Italy, but they actually did it. They actually overcome the this hard place that they were, and they actually won the match with 7-3.
Yeah, it's very impressive that as well, from a team that is not really too experienced in tournaments due to their lack of being able to get really far into tournaments thus far. Being able to pull off something like this late in the tournament, that is very impressive indeed from Italy, if anything. So, all in all, a very unfortunate match for Chile, I do believe. Not really showing up to the best of their capacities, and indeed just dropping off at a certain point, not really playing as well as they did in the first 3 maps, and then they just kind of got stomped on. Very unfortunate to see. But yeah, very good by Italy as well. I think it's a clear winner this time around. It's definitely a clear winner, and so I do agree that some people were actually pretty good at guessing that these two, or at least Italy, would get pretty far in the tournament after all, despite their lacking third player. Well, they just kind of showed that they could. So yeah, I think that kind of sums it up. Italy very impressively playing against Chile. Chile not very impressively playing, but we just can't ever really know with those guys. They are really good players, but they have to show up at the moment, and that only happens every so often, seemingly. So kind of unfortunate in that sense. But yeah. I think that kind of sums it up, right? Right.
Sure.
Right. Content.
Yeah.
We'll move on to the next match then, which is Hong Kong versus the USA, which turned out into a 7-3 scoreline for the USA, as Hong Kong just wasn't quite good enough in this map pool, as far as I've been told. Yeah, not well. A lot of people expect a lot from Hong Kong, and not just because they theoretically knew that Hong Kong would be pretty good in tournaments, but rather the fact that we have seen them play incredibly well this tournament so far. Taking a few points off of China, that's really impressive. Beating Canada 6-0. I'll repeat, beating Canada 6-0, right? It's the team that actually knocked off 5 points from Chile in losers as well. A very impressive and very solid all-round team with some very consistent tournament players. People that have built up a lot of experience throughout the years. But the USA with... how would you call this year's USA team, right? It's still a really strong team, this year's USA team, but it's not something that Hong Kong shouldn't be able to grab a few points off, which they did, but in the end they kind of lost to anyway. Or at least I personally had very high hopes for this match. I did expect Hong Kong to maybe even take it all the way, maybe even take the win, but that just didn't quite happen. Some of the score differences in that match were pretty grand as well, right?
Yeah, so in our pre-show last week, I think I was the only person of the 4 of us that predicted a Hong Kong win, and our fellow caster and obviously US player Sekre was a bit upset with that. He kind of rightfully pointed out that Hong Kong and the USA have met in the past, and the US typically comes through in the high pressure situations, and the US haven't lost a tiebreaker in 2 years, and he had all of his facts prepared because obviously he's defending his team. But I stood by myself and said, nope, Hong Kong they have Auto LS, they have Auto Fanboy, they have Latifa, they have some really solid players that have been around in tournaments for just as long, if not longer, than a lot of the US team. And I think they share very similar strengths. And the match started out kind of very tit for tat. US would win a point, Hong Kong would win a point. And there was not a lot in it between most of the kind of encounters we saw on Fubuki, I think, which was the 4th pick. We saw Hong Kong getting a break point by, I think, 6,500 points. It was a very kind of close encounter. Auto LS coming in with the FC on that one was pretty impressive. But once we got to kind of 2-all, 3-all, the US really just ran away with it from there. I don't know whether the Hong Kong team kind of ran out of comfortable picks, and it became a bit of a coin flip, and the US just came out on top in most of the remaining encounters. We saw Hong Kong coming back on Ito right at the very end, again winning by only 10,000, but didn't really look too troubled outside a couple of narrow victories for Team Hong Kong. So, yeah, the US looked really strong. Hong Kong also obviously looked pretty impressive as well, but the US had just practiced that pool into the ground, and it really showed. They didn't give many weaknesses at all for Hong Kong to take advantage of.
Yeah, as far as I've been told by, as you already mentioned, Sekre, one of the US players and co-commentator of ours, his feelings about this match were kind of 50-50. He regarded Hong Kong as probably the strongest opponent that they would face in the tournament, except for South Korea, China, obviously. Expecting them to have some issues with this team, but having a easier time with Italy, and that is quite literally indeed what happened. But also one of the things he mentioned is that he believed Hong Kong to not really have the sort of players that play really well in a finals or grand finals map pool. Being very consistent in tournament maps up to like semifinals and doing those really well, and being able to play those in solo really well too, but not really being able to do that in finals. But honestly speaking, I did not really see a lot of that per se, except for a few odd cases like on Hard Rock. Hong Kong did have a few lesser good scores, like Chung B missing 33 times on Shuffle Heaven, for example. Definitely bottlenecking the team there. But honestly speaking, most of the time they did compete quite well against the USA. it's shown in the scoreline as well. 3 points they got, obviously, in the end. Those were narrow points, but at least they got them, and a win is a win. So you need to compete regardless. But
yeah, I think the key advantage that the US had in this match over Hong Kong is Hong Kong are really relying on, at this level of difficulty, one key player, and that's AutoLS, who is, obviously he's an incredible player, and he's definitely the talisman of that team. The US have lots of players that are specialists in specific areas, and on a map pool that's this difficult and varied, that really helped them, because it meant that no matter what map got picked, they almost always had one player that was going to do really well. So when the really kind of tricky technical convert came out, you knew Rossold was going to get like only 1 or 2 misses. When it came down to low approach rate hidden, Zach, who probably doesn't end up playing most other maps, he can be the god of like the 10 years of playing the game that we know him to be. When Double Time and Hard Rock are available, then you know that Diao and Secre are going to just completely stomp opposition. When Hidden is around, and Zach is not performing, then Lexi is going to put in a solid play. So AutoLS, I think, was kind of having to do the role of all of those people for Hong Kong, and he had a lot of people that were able to competently back him up, like Latifa and Auto Fanboy, but he couldn't kind of be that carry that was 1 or 2 missing every map like he could in previous map pools. Whereas the US, whilst it wasn't the same player every time, they did have someone that was putting in a really good performance in at least kind of every map, even if it wasn't the same person, which I think was a really good benefit for them, because everyone in that team felt like at different points in the match they were carrying their team. Whereas for some of the players in Hong Kong, they were thinking like, oh, I have to just keep up and I mustn't fail. And that was a lot of pressure on them that they would have preferred not to have, I think.
Yeah, probably like JB said, having a jack of all trades in your team actually helps a lot, because you have someone that is will be reliable on all kinds of maps, but at the same time, someone in that position will have a lot more pressure to actually like, be at high level on every single map. Not like US, when you have a specialist on every map, so they can spread that that kind of pressure in 1 or twice on the side of the map on every map. But I think there is a very big strategy by US, like having your teammates do specific things or be a master on any specific things, more than being one that will get all the pressure alongside the match. So I think probably that's the big key on this match, having a lot of very capable teammates to win the points that they needed to win in this match.
Exactly.
So probably that is the strategy on this match.
Yeah, they were able to swap out players all throughout the match. The only player really constantly playing for the USA is Rostel, and Rostel is obviously a jack of all trades type of player, can do a lot of things really, really strong and really well. So that is the only person they kind of kept in throughout the match, but otherwise they kept swapping players every map pretty much. Swapping between Secre and Diao coming in for the hard rock picks as mentioned, and then whenever there was a hidden pick, he would have Lexi and Zach join again, and that kind of mechanism doesn't quite work out for Hong Kong. They did swap players quite often as well, but it didn't really benefit them too much, as the players weren't really too capable and weren't able to fully pressure USA into getting a point for themselves, as they just didn't really have the skill sets necessary for this kind of a map pool. They weren't playing too bad, as I already mentioned, but missing out on a few points by like 70,000, 150,000. It's not a humongous difference, but it is a difference nonetheless. So, yeah, it's just kind of how it goes. Hong Kong not really able to run with the big boys quite yet, despite their incredible tournament consistency. And USA, as probably most people expected, did take the win with a scoreline that people kind of anticipated as well, even though it was pretty close to almost being 7-1, really. Only 16,000 points before that happened. So, yeah, probably kind of what we expected to happen. Fairly good resistance there for Hong Kong. Sadly, no underdog story here. Hong Kong not really taking the match or anything. But a very valiant effort nonetheless, I should say. So props to Hong Kong, and they got really far in the tournament. They got a pretty much 56th place, however you want to look at it. In a matchup versus Chile, I would expect Hong Kong to take it personally. So 5th-ish place, probably, right? Very good fun.
5th-ish. It's very technical.
Technical we are. That's how we do. I think it's a good time to move on to the next match. We have more USA stuff to talk about, like a lot more USA stuff, really. As we move into Italy versus the United States, this is the final match in the entirety of... no, the second to last match in the entirety of the losers bracket. Only having South Korea and USA after that, and that was yesterday. And the scoreline ended up being 7-1 for the USA. So, not really close even. Quite a stomp, honestly speaking. But I think what we talked about in the Hong Kong-USA match, the exact same can be applied here in this match. As you can definitely see that USA just has really strong, consistent players that they can swap out depending on the map they're playing. And Italy, as we've mentioned many times throughout the tournament, has 2 really strong players, and the rest kind of just has to try and keep up with those 2 really strong players, which doesn't really work out 100% of the time. It did work out against Chile, for example, but not really against the USA. It was quite a huge score difference, 7-1, obviously, and the maps were won by the USA by fairly large margins, more often than not. Due to fails, for example, from Trollingor and a Hard Rock maps such as Shuffle Heaven, and other maps being lost by about 120,000, 140,000, sometimes even 300,000, depending on the mod. So quite a big gap here between these 2 teams, skill level wise.
Yeah, so obviously no disrespect to Italy. They're an excellent team. They're a top seed. They've made it to like a top 4, I guess. But I don't think they really expected to A, get this far, and B, they definitely didn't expect to win this match. Because they know the pedigree of the US, and you could see from the very first game when the US picked Hagoromo no Mai that they team failed on in the match against Chile. This time around, sure, they still lost by 800,000, but none of their players failed. And you could see that they were just happy to have not failed. They were happy to have seen that they've improved based on from their previous match, and they're like, we don't expect to win, but we just want to score some points, demonstrate that we do belong here, and have a good time in claiming like what is effectively the honeymoon, like the bridesmaid position, the 4th. And they did get that one kind of consolation win, I'll say, on Tenehiro Deodoru, their first pick, where Karim and Arma both got 1 million plus scores. But from there, yeah, it kind of went very downhill. They picked Hidden again. They lost by 300k. Italy kept kind of sticking to the speedier picks, the Double Time and the Hard Rock. But outside of that 1 point loss at the beginning, the US looked very kind of up to the task. And yeah, Trollingor's fail kind of made the score difference of 1 million look bigger than it was. There were a couple of kind of 50,000s on Lost My FLP. De Creeper and Trollingor both failed, and the score difference was about 50,000. But yeah, it wasn't kind of hugely close throughout, and US always kind of consistently had a very slight advantage that they took through to a 7-1 victory. I think deserving kind of entry into the losers bracket final. And as I said, Italy, I don't think they were in any way kind of downhearted or disappointed at coming 4th. I think they performed as well, if not better, than anyone expected them to. They didn't kind of get completely rolled in defeat, and they put on some excellent matches, some great tiebreakers early on in the tournament in particular, that were really fun to watch. So yeah,
I
really,
don't
really
think they
happy with that
experienced that as
performance.
great. I don't think they really like.
I don't think it was as great for them, no. But as a viewer and a commentator, they were fantastic. So thank you, Italy.
That is very true indeed.
Yeah, they actually got as much experience as any other team on the tournament. Like they got like 3 tiebreakers to play, and also playing with a lot of like high caliber teams. So yeah, getting this far into the tournament that we haven't seen from Italy in forever is actually a very big experience for them, and I hope that for Italy this evolves into a team that gets this experience into the next year or probably 2 years of CWC, and actually like they can develop into a better team, and who knows what we can see from Italy on the next years. So yeah, I think that's the thing to point here. Having a team that at first we didn't like expect that much and got this far into the 4th place into the tournament is actually a very big team from Italy. So I think it's props to them to actually getting this far into the tournament, and we will see what will happen on CWC 2021.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because they were a team that was put on a lot of pressure as well by the viewers, mostly because they had a lot of big expectations for, especially Karma. Are you kidding? Karim and Arma.
So you're shipping them together, like.
There you go. That's the ultimate combo.
They got a cute collab name. That's beautiful.
Oh, that's very cute indeed. Maybe you guys should take up on that idea. But they had big expectations for those two, the people, and well, they kind of lived up to those expectations for the most part. Some people really thinking that they were able to take 2nd or 3rd place in this tournament as well. Some people like me expecting them to fall off earlier in the tournament, not really being able to make it to like top 6, top 4. But they found a middle ground, pretty much getting 4th place, being very close to that podium spot, but definitely not quite there still. As the USA still really outshone them in this match, and all they can really do is hope for another really strong 3rd player to hop on next year for Italy. Maybe one of their players will improve a lot after this tournament. Maybe they're now really motivated to try and get that badge in 2021. And yeah, just do that, improve hidden a little bit and tweak a few things, and they'll be off to an amazing tournament again next year, I do believe, if they do all of that. They had an amazing run this year. They, as you already mentioned, JBS, gave the viewers like a lot of fun, exciting things to see. Them being in many tiebreakers throughout the tournament. 3, I think, right? 3 in total.
Yeah, so 1 in groups, 1 in round of 16, and 1 in quarterfinals, I think.
Pretty crazy indeed. And
they went with teams like Mexico, Taiwan, and Indonesia. And so getting to
really tough teams.
Really strong teams. Mexico, for example, that didn't really get too far in the tournament, but yeah, impressively done by Italy, coming from where they used to come from, group stage, to top 4 in 1 year. It's just incredible, really, especially considering that Arma and Karim are the only 2 incredible players on their team. Not to disrespect any of the other players, but they're regarded as 2 of the most incredible players in general in OSU, but they are not really all-rounders by any stretch of the imagination. Mostly just being strong on hard rock and double time, but really actually showing up on Nomod as well this year, I should say. And all in all, I'm just incredibly impressed by Italy. Obviously, even more impressed by the USA as to how they were able to only get Italy, only have Italy secure 1 point in total, which is quite crazy when you think about it. When you have 3 double time and 3 hard rock maps in a map pool. So good job to USA from stopping this behemoth, and incredible once again by Italy. I'm gonna toot if you guys don't mind, okay?
Go for it.
I'll do it.
He's doing it.
Incredible. Oh no, he did it.
I did it.
But
yeah, incredible by Italy once more, and congratulations on 4th place there. And I guess we'll talk about USA after another match, which we will discuss before that. But yeah, USA obviously being really strong this year as well. But before that, as I already mentioned, we're going to talk about South Korea versus China V1. the first edition, the
Yes.
original match, and the
winners bracket final.
Yeah. So this ended up being one crazy match, with China taking it 7-6 in the end. South Korea having this incredible run back after being down 3 or 4 points even. And it's kind of what we expect from these two when they clash against each other. They're just they've always been the two favorites in the tournament. Everybody expected these two to either come first, second, with different orders. And they kind of did exactly that in this match, right? They 7-6, initially taking points from each other, and then China had a really good run through the middle of the match. They took a lot of points in a row. Then South Korea had this incredible comeback to force a tiebreak in the end, and my goodness, they are so good. There were 2 FCs on that tiebreaker from China. Like, what are we even doing here, right? So, what are we mortals trying to achieve on this game when you have gods like that playing as well? But yeah, incredible match nonetheless.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder, like, what kind of existence these guys live on, this plane of existence, that they're able to just casually FC what was until recently, I think, a 9-star difficulty map in a tiebreaker setting against, well, maybe one of the greatest teams in Catch World Cup history. But it didn't look like we'd get anywhere close to that at one point, because after both teams took an opening point, China on very low approach rate hidden, and South Korea on high approach rate, won point after point after point until I think it was about 5-1. And these weren't even like narrow victories either. They were like 50k to 200k. We saw Dusk full comboing. We saw Crystal full comboing. It was kind of ridiculous, and we thought, like, are South Korea actually about to get completely steamrolled here? Like, could they be going down 7-1 to, I mean, China are an amazing team that have obviously won the World Cup 3 times before, but South Korea losing 7-1? I mean, that was unheard of, and thankfully somebody listened and we quickly changed the script to give South Korea a comeback. But yeah, it was very fantastic, and the ending was just insane by all accounts. And the thing that I really enjoyed about this match, and it shows you how well balanced these two teams are, South Korea have lost 14 games, so 14 points in this whole tournament, and half of them were in this match against China. China have lost 10 games in the whole tournament, and 6 of them were against South Korea. So both teams, half of their complete total, all summed losses together, have been against each other in one match. That's how dominant these two teams have been in the tournament thus far. And they just kind of collided, the immovable kind of object versus the unstoppable force that we've seen before, and we're going to see it a second time on an even harder map pool, and it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, they're just on another plane of existence, these people. It's kind of crazy when you go over it and go over those stats, as you mentioned. Only pretty much losing 50 to like 65% of their total points in this match. And it's just ridiculous. Like, the thing is, people, if you look at the multiplayer link, which you can find on the wiki, and you look at the scores they had on each map individually, it's just incredible. They're so high every single time. They're all around 900,000. Sometimes they pass the million. And remember, it's a finals map pool. This is supposed to be some really tough stuff. So being able to perform this well and getting so many high scores every single map, both teams being able to do that too. Yeah, it just kind of goes to show that these two really deserve to be top 2, and they have been top 2 in the past few years. Yeah, it's a really ridiculous matchup once again. And China taking that one 7-6, barely getting that one. Well, they did have this incredible tiebreaker performance, as I mentioned, so they were pretty confident on that point. But yeah, we're going to see that rematch today in about 23 minutes. So I'm excited.
So exciting.
Call me excited, people. But yeah, it's an incredible match again. Well done there. And South Korea obviously then dropping to losers bracket, but they really didn't have an issue there at all against the USA, which we're going to talk about in a bit. If Walter still has anything to add, then go ahead.
No, I think it's something that to be noted that we had two teams that have very vast experience, like fight each other, like having this like long battle 7-6, and looking that we will have 2 or even 3 matches because there is a little bit of hope that we see a bracket reset today, but even there, like it shows like how the experience takes away on this match. How being behind like 3 points, like it shows that if you have the correct use of your nerves, you can like go ahead and win the entire match in this case.
It could just happen. There's probably like different expectations from all people regarding this match. We're gonna see today. There's many supporters on each team, rightfully so, and it's gonna be an awesome finale to the tournament, definitely. But before that, we have one more match to talk about, which happened yesterday. Yeah, we're gonna recap yesterday, today as well for you people. As well, I think this is the best and most opportune time to do it, actually. So USA versus South Korea, giving us a little bit of a teaser as to what could have happened today in South Korea versus China. We can see how South Korea performs on this map pool. And once again, South Korea really showed up this match. And yeah, USA as a team, which we discussed, something that is like an incredible all-round team with being able to swap out players for every map pretty much except for Rossel. Yeah, losing, well, this badly, you should almost say, to a team like South Korea just goes to show once again how incredibly strong South Korea is as a country. 7-2 was the scoreline here. 2 points only gotten by the USA. And yeah, these are the kind of maps that the South Korean players do for fun, right? These are the maps in the Grand Finals map pool that these people like to play in solo, like to get really good scores on. And that is the little difference between that team and USA, as the USA would probably just be a lot better in a finals map pool compared to a Grand Finals map pool, because that is more of the ballpark they like to play in. And you have some incredible score differences due to fails and just general complete mind-blowing performances from the South Korean players that the USA players just can't really keep up with. For example, on Hard Rock, Embraced by the Flame, for example, is one really good example. I do believe all of the South Korean players getting over 1 million score, and the USA really just couldn't keep up on those kind of maps with those kind of scores. Same goes for the Last of World Music, for example. Yeah, they just kind of got overshadowed. And somebody's drilling over here, so I'm going to mute my mic and let you guys talk.
How dare they? Yeah, so South Korea looked almost universally strong. There are a couple of little weaknesses that I think we'll get to, and China will be looking at very eagerly. But I think something that was really interesting about this match is I don't think it went how anyone expected in terms of like the US's performance. I don't know how much kind of coordinated practice the US did as a team, but watching that match live yesterday, it kind of felt like they didn't feel like they were going to win at all, so they just kind of picked things at random. So maybe the score difference isn't hugely representative of how well the US could have done if at peak performance. I still think South Korea would have won, but I think there was a lot of tactics going on in this game from South Korea in particular, with an kind of an air towards not giving China too much information for the match today. So there were a couple of games where South Korea kind of made slightly interesting pick selections, and you thought like, where's Motion? Why isn't he doing the kind of hard rock map? Like, why isn't Rockma playing the double time pick? And like, why is QWHJ not performing super well on the spinner? And I thought to myself, like, are they they know they're going to win. Are they like deliberately sandbagging just by like 5 or 10% to make themselves seem not as strong on a particular pick so that China pick it and then South Korea go, haha, we're actually way better at this than we let on. Thank you for the free break point. And that will be a really interesting kind of revelation if that is the case, or whether China just do say, okay, well, we think that you actually weren't performing very well on this map, so we're going to pick it and we're going to beat you. Thank you for the information from your match yesterday.
Yeah, again, these people think on like a whole different realm, so we can't really know prior to the actual match today whether that is true or not. But that is an interesting thing you mentioned, indeed. We'll just have to wait and see. Obviously, this is still a grand finals map pool, so it is hard even for these South Korean players, even though this is the kind of stuff they like to play in their free time anyway. I do wonder if that would be incredible. That would be so cool to see if they were just gonna perform even twice as good as they did yesterday in today's match, just to trip off China a little bit, because they kind of knew they would win against the USA. I think a lot of that also has to do with just the general morale that the USA team had approaching this match, as they really weren't feeling too confident either way. Regardless of how South Korea would play, they as far as I've been told, Sekrev, again, or co-commentator and info broker in that sense, told us that he kind of examined how well South Korea is playing on this map pool, and they've been contacting each other a little bit. Spectator and he have talked quite often about the map pool, and the conclusion he drew from that is that they would be absolutely stomped on for the most part, with them getting scores around 700,000, 800,000, and South Korea getting scores of 900,000 plus. That didn't quite exactly happen, honestly speaking. USA did perform a lot better than they had anticipated. But yeah, they just kind of went into a losing match in their view, and I think that really went and showed up, actually, as you can see in the scoreline, 7-2. They just weren't feeling too confident, and yeah, a unconfident USA is not going to win against a very confident South Korea. Obviously, we know that by now. They could have a better shot at South Korea probably if they really, really tried to, but even then, probably not. They're probably not going to win regardless, even if they did that, because South Korea, as you already mentioned, might just up their game by another notch if that was required. Maybe we'll see that against China today. I think they'll be playing better regardless, because it's their second matchup with this map pool. But well tried by the USA, but this time around, South Korea is just doing incredibly well in this tournament. So does China, and the only points they're going to lose in this tournament are from each other. So that is just kind of how it goes.
Yeah, they actually need to do it twice. Like, they actually need to have this all this experience. They need to show it on at least twice on this upcoming match if they actually want to win the tournament against China. I think this. I am not fond of sandbagging. I think that everything needs to give their 100% on every single match. But this like strategy from Korea might give them a little bit of lead against China, because China can expect these scores or a little better from Korea to get this on the upcoming matches. But if they actually Korea like pulls ahead and give their 100% on this upcoming match, they actually need to do it twice, and on the long run, like, need to win like 14 maps to win the tournament. Is every single strategy needs to be shown here.
Pretty much. I mean, the South Korean players
I do think that a longer... Sorry, go on, Son.
Okay, sorry. But yeah, I'm quickly throwing that in there. They have been in this kind of spot often. They've done this kind of stuff in, for example, the AXS tournament as well, where the Korean players would be split up between different teams. And we've had matches in the past where you had a bracket reset after 8-6 scoreline, and then them losing against 6-8, that kind of stuff. So they're not really too uncommon with a bracket reset type of match, and they're not uncommon playing China either. So they know what kind of task they are going to have to do today, and what how well they'll need to perform. And yeah, it's just going to be really exciting to see their A game and China's A game in this incredible last match. So that is just the thing I'm really looking forward to. But sorry, go ahead, JB.
I was just going to question, who do you think the match favors if there's a bracket reset? Does it favor China because they've only played one match and they know that they can win again? Or does it favor South Korea because they know that they have the momentum going in and it's a level playing field? Because I've been thinking kind of from both sides of the story, and I can't quite make up my mind which I kind of subscribe to right now. So I was hoping for your opinion.
Sure. If I need to give my own opinion on that, I think that if South Korea were to win that first match, it's going to be a really tough time for China to take the second one. Firstly, because you already mentioned the momentum will be on their end, and regardless of the team, that is always going to help out. Secondly, as I already said, the South Koreans are not uncommon to bracket resets, which China actually had less of throughout their time playing tournaments from a community tournament standpoint. So I think that they will perform a little bit better playing in really long matches. So I think they have that going for them. And yeah, I think those two factors will mostly just bolster them in their second match to a point where China probably can't even keep up with them. They obviously also have the favor of already having played a match before against USA, so kind of being warmed up in a sense too, and being able to they know how they will perform in a match type of scenario on this map pool. So if China were to win, they're probably gonna have to do the first match before bracket reset. Otherwise, I think South Korea will be the one to take this match in general. But yeah, we can go into predictions for this match actually right now, as we'll probably need to cut off the stream for a little bit soon, so as we can then undress ourselves and get ready to commentate the actual match. So I think this is a good point to close off on. So Walter, go ahead.
No.
No, Walter, go ahead.
Yeah, we need to talk about these two teams. Like they roll into these grand finals. We have China that have matches on groups like 5-0 with UK, 5-0 with Netherlands, 5-1 with Russia. We had also a round of 16 match with 6-0 with Belgium, a 6-1 with Mexico on quarters. They had a 7-2 with Hong Kong. So it's a very expected match. We have expected a lot of China and Hong Kong on that match. And the final that we just recap with a 7-6 from South Korea. On the other hand, South Korea had kind of rough on the start, because on paper, because it had Indonesia on their group, but they actually did 5-0 with Singapore, a 5-0 with Japan, and a 5-1 with Indonesia on their groups. They actually moved into a 6-4 with Chile, and with that they moved into a 6-2 with the United States. That actually shows that South Korea had some experience during the brackets, with facing the very important teams on their road to the grand finals. They also faced Italy with a 7-0, and they lost 6-7 on tiebreaker with China into a 7-2 with United States yesterday for the third place. So very different paths into the grand finals. It will say that I just say that South Korea that had kind of rougher path with Chile and twice United States and Indonesia on groups, but it doesn't matter that much what is the path. The only thing that matters right now is what they will perform on this match, because even if they actually take some points, it just depends on 1 or 2 matches. We will see what happens on these grand finals.
Yeah, maybe Tross can quickly show the bracket as Walter just talked through it, so you guys can see a little bit of a visual as to how that happened. But yeah, as Walter already mentioned, China probably having a smoother ride so far coming into the grand finals compared to Korea. And honestly speaking, though, regardless, it's not really gonna matter at this point. It's all about this game. It's all about this map pool, and it's all about this matchup. And they both know that. Everything that happened before, just they can throw all of that info out of the window. Probably just focus on this one thing, and we're gonna see that match in 7 minutes from now. So I'm gonna ask you two to give you predictions about this match, and we'll get started then. So JBH, what do you think will happen in this game? Who's gonna win?
I think there will be a bracket reset. Because I'm going to get that straight out of the way immediately. Because I think these two teams are just so evenly matched. But I think South Korea are maybe ever so slightly higher in terms of skill ceiling. And since the map pool has gotten a little harder, I think South Korea will perform ever so slightly better. But that said, I'm going to retract on one of my previous comments, and I'm going to say that actually I think that this is China's year. China have been in 3 grand finals and 3 bracket resets in... Well, they had an outright win in 2017, I think. But they had a bracket reset in 2016, where they came back against Indonesia and won. They had a bracket reset in 2018 against Chile, I'm pretty sure, where they came back and they won. And then they had the bracket reset last year against South Korea, where they won the first match 7-4, but then they lost 7-3 in the reset. So I think China have as much experience of bracket resets as any team on any World Cup stage in the game. However, they have learnt from their previous kind of occurrences, their mistakes, their misfortunes, I think. They've looked so super strong. I think their roster is slightly better balanced in terms of having players that kind of can really outperform kind of their peers under pressure situations, even though South Korea may be slightly better and more skilled technically. And last but not least, it's an even year, and China win in even years. 2016, 2018, 2020. They're going to go for that 4th victory and tie South Korea for the most successful World Cup team in catch history.
Those were a lot of commas. Those were a lot of commas in that sentence.
Yep.
Xavier Puen. But that is a very well thought out prediction indeed. Walter, your turn. What do you think is going to happen today?
I want to make it quick. I think Korea wants to make this also quick, looking that China has the experience on bracket resets. So probably going like the long run, like having a lot of points on both matches, it won't be that good for the stamina. So I probably think if Korea wants to win it, they needed to do it quick. At least a quick first match, and probably more like face to face on the second match. But if they are going like all the way into bracket reset, probably China has some bit of advantage with the previous experience. So we will see. I actually want to see China looking at the past experience with them. But if whatever team here, for us, the viewers, we expect a good match from whatever team wins, either Korea or either China. Us viewers, we will see very, very expecting match from these two. So yeah, what is your prediction, Sartan?
My turn! Woo! Right, I'm gonna keep this one short probably. I'm gonna say China. Honestly speaking, due to mentioned reasons from you guys, they just seem to be just this little bit stronger this tournament this time around. They've had a smoother ride. They have more time to be able to achieve a win in this match. They can permit themselves to lose a single match too. And I just feel like they're gonna be just this little stronger than South Korea. my heart is longing for a bracket reset. If a bracket reset were to happen, I think South Korea might actually take it instead, run back with it. But honestly speaking, I think China will probably take it in the first match, if anything. I'm going to say like 7-5 or so. They're going to struggle, but they're probably going to be able to do it. So, yeah, I'm going to say China personally, but it's only like, I would give China like 60% chance and like South Korea probably like 40% chance in taking this one. So it's so incredibly close. It's very hard to call. And that is why all of you should be watching the match, which is going to start in about 2 minutes. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be exciting. We're going to be here with you again. We're going to quickly get something more comfortable to wear, and we'll be right back. So, Walter, I want to thank you so incredibly much for joining us this recap again. And thank you so much for hosting the entire tournament and whatnot together with Juan. It's been amazing again this year, and thank you so much for your insights.
No problem, Sartan. I very much enjoy having to host these tournaments with you guys. I actually I very appreciate that you give your time to actually commentate. You also, as players, have the. I hope you had a great time here, but it's now time for China and South Korea to define the Osaka World Cup champion of 2020.
And that's very right indeed. JB Hyperion and I will be back in about a single minute. We're going to very quickly get ourselves something comfortable to wear. And we're going to be looking at one of the greatest matches in history of Osukatch. And you don't want to miss out on it. So do stay tuned and we'll be right back. Thank you so much for watching the recap and enjoy the match upcoming now. Ha
do intro.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2020 Oscatch World Cup Grand Finals week. Dolan joined by Quijibo.
How you doing, Dolan?
It's a good day to be a catch fan, Quijibo. It's Grand Finals. I'm doing spectacular. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty well myself. Looking forward to these matchups.
Yep, getting down to the business end of the tournament. We are in top 3 losers Grand Finals. South Korea against the United States. The quarterfinal rematch should be exciting. The winner, of course, to face China tomorrow in the Grand Finals.
Everyone's in the money.
In the money, indeed. All these players are getting badges. The only question is now, which badge will they get?
The South Korean lineup of Motion, Spectator, QWHJ, Rockma, Sumi, and R18 back again this week for the Losers Grand Final. Very close match last week with China going to tiebreaker, and China pulling off a spectacular two-way FC. Crystal with the SS on World's End.
Yeah, China performing out of their minds to seal the deal and put them in Grand Final. South Korea would love to get their revenge, but they've got to take down the Americans before they can do so. I think most people have Korea favored in this one, but the U.S. still may be able to do something here. They're not quite out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, I wanna go for the. I want to go for the underdogs, cheering for US.
Oh, Pog. And also Vex Akita, thank you for gifting subs. He's gifted 10 subs.
We gifted another. Ooh.
Simon gifted 5 as well before that. You guys are going insane in the chat. We love the hype.
Single-handedly keeping it afloat.
They're trying to keep the hype train afloat in the chat.
Oh.
And there's
Got
more
even
coming in.
more gift subs. I think
not
I saw
giving it-
2 sets of 5 gift subs and 1 single gift sub too.
They're not even giving us a break.
Takeda and Circo Teller, and then Diamond in with another gift sub as well. Thank you all for the massive contributions to the Twitch. And Ruby XY with a Twitch Prime sub.
Wow, you gotta love the love in the chat for the
very
Grand
much.
Finals week. So many subs.
Sub love is so strong, yes. Completely agree with that.
Well, we're gonna get into warm-ups now. We see the Kirby Mix compilation in. Spicy choice.
Classic. Is this going to be a combined warm-up?
It is. It's a 10-minute warm-up? Wait a minute.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
That's an 11-minute warm-up.
Yeah. I mean, it is longer than the time limit for 1, but stays within the time limit for 2.
My
I'm
goodness.
pretty sure this has happened in the past as well.
It
So,
may have.
like,
I can't recall it.
Yeah. It's like a pre-agreed upon thing. And thank you, Flame Wind, coming in with a tier 1 sub for 2 months.
The sub
Hopefully,
love
all
keeps
of you
coming
will make
in.
use of your emotes.
Yes, enjoy your emotes, everyone. Let's see the love in chat. What's an 11-minute warm-up with a
This-
75 BPM?
Yeah, I like this one. I mean, I've played this one on Flashlight a few times, although I think it gets like real jumpy at the end because I fail it at the end. And, you know, it's kind of hard to hit with Flashlight, so...
Yeah, pretty difficult. But it looks like they are getting ready. So it looks like we're going to get an 11-minute warm-up for Losers Grand Finals. I'm excited. So here we go. Looks like the players are ready to get warmed up, and that's really an important factor. I mean, a lot of people underestimate the importance of warm-ups. They definitely help you...
Going for the low AR warm-up.
Yeah, really interesting. Maybe they both want to warm up for that low AR hidden pick.
Oh yeah, maybe. I'm guessing we might see a Hard Rock come out of either Motion or QWH, and then maybe Rustled as well. Actually, no, not Rustled. Rustled will go with
some, hidden from Zach. I would love to see that. We're gonna get 11 minutes of Zach on screen. Yes.
Yeah. Veteran, hidden player.
He's played in 8 consecutive World Cups.
Yeah.
He's got some major experience on his side. So South Korea, though, I think in most people's eyes, has to be the favorites. The defending world champs, the 4-time world champs.
Coming in off a win last year's CWC, but USA and Zach finally getting that first World Cup Grand Finals back in 2018, and they're back here again in 2020. Instead, though, of being in the winners bracket like last time, they are fighting in that losers bracket, going for the top 2 spot.
So we actually don't see that many mods. We do see Spectator coming in with Hidden, and QWH with Hard Rock, Zach also with Hidden.
One.
So let's get into this warm-up. 11 minutes, guys. Plenty of time to go to the restroom, get your beverage. You don't want to miss this match.
Already hyped for Switched on Lotus.
Ah, yes. I think a lot of people are really excited to see that map. Hopefully we get to see it played here.
Yeah.
11 minutes of 75 BPM. If this isn't exciting, folks, then I don't know what is.
Kind of surprised that the whole map is at 75 BPM. Surely not.
What if it is?
Oh my. Being higher BPM sections at 75.
QWH struggling on the Hard Rock, but you know, he's just messing around at this point.
Yeah, this is most likely a sight read for Hard Rock.
The Kirby Mix compilation.
Remember versing Beerus back in 2018 in the International Versus, which was like, you know, a bunch of little contests between players where you could like set them up yourselves, and we had a Kirby Mix pool. I think this was a Hard Rock pick.
Wow, this is
Point I ever pulled from him. Not this, but the actual like song that this current song comes from.
I was just saying, 11-minute map was in the Hard Rock pool.
Oh, definitely not.
Insane.
There is a chance it might have been a tiebreaker. I don't remember correctly this map set in particular, but I think this compilation maybe, or a part 2.
So players trying to get in the groove and get themselves ready for a big match. I think this match might be a little closer than most people are honestly expecting. I think a lot of people, including the US players themselves, are underrating the US. But then again, we are in a Finals Week 2 map pool. This is the most difficult map pool But they played very consistent last week.
And they do have rosters for this. I mean, looking at your hidden roster right now with Lexi, Zach, and Russell, then, you know, Lexi also quite talented on the no mod picks, and I think the DT as well. And then you've got DeCreeper for DT and maybe Hard Rock too. He is quite good at his Hard Rock. Obviously Secret for Hard Rock and no mod too. And DT. Pulled out some great DT scores last week.
Yeah, he really did step up in the double time department. So I don't think the US are completely without options here. Just feel like they're at a slight disadvantage playing against Korea, which I think most people would be in the same predicament. But also apparently DeCreeper is not available today for the US.
Very unfortunate. I believe they still have like a full Hard Rock roster and a full double time roster, as I did forget about DL, very talented in both mods and also no mod 2 converts.
Yeah, DL, he struggled in the early weeks of the tournament, but he really has stepped up in these later weeks.
Yeah. See a lot of high leaderboard spots for a lot of difficult converts with DL's name on them.
We're not even halfway through this.
They still have their secret weapon, Zach, the hidden technician.
Yes, but he actually did come in clutch last week. He scored points in both of the US's matches last week, even if it was just one.
Clutch player.
He did his job.
Definitely.
And I'm just trying not to say anything about a certain someone who is playing really well right now because I would hate to ruin that score.
Maybe he's just seen you say that and he's gonna be like, you know what, I'm gonna miss the next note on purpose.
No, it's okay. I didn't say his name,
just
though.
To be contrarian.
So he can't miss. Oh, he gave up the SS. Even worse.
Yeah, I told you, he was gonna go for that contrarian play.
Big brain move.
Calling you out.
He got me.
Dancing around the map a bit.
Just now over halfway. 11 minutes is a long time.
Yeah. It would...
But when we're talking about South Korea, though, I think the one quality that they just have over most countries, almost everyone else, is just their consistency. I mean, even on the harder pools, they're able to pull out just insanely consistent scores. I mean, they are four-time world champs for a reason.
I mean, it's a very strong rosters each year. Sometimes they do have like slightly weaker roster than usual, but most of the time they do have that very strong setup.
Yeah, and every time South Korea have made it to the Grand Finals, they have won the World Cup that year. But they have missed out on a top 3 several times with weaker rosters. This is not one of those rosters. About 2/3 of the way through the warm-up. Chad, let's hear some predictions.
A1 gift sub from Circatella. They've now gifted 11 subs. Thank you so much for your contribution. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, we've had a lot of gifted subs coming in so far in the stream, and we have not even finished the warm-ups.
Switch is truly the best mode.
Indeed. 100%. One quarter left in the warm-up. Right now, Lexi's on a crazy combo. So bans, I really don't know how the bans are going to go here for these teams. I feel like when you get to the last pool, the grand finals pool, I feel like for most of these teams it just comes down to what can't we play?
It's just, you know, what you're not comfortable on or what your opposing team is undoubtedly guaranteed a point on. I was going to say pick. Guaranteed a point. I mean, of course they're going to pick it if they're guaranteed a point.
So you technically
yeah,
weren't wrong.
that's the ban they go with. It's technically the truth.
There you go. Listen, it's really early
Snow
for me and
Leopard-
really late for you.
Snow Leopard in with another gift sub as well, bringing his total up to 10.
The subs are just coming in like
Jeez,
wildfire.
Snow Leopard.
Coming into the ending, Lexi is going for that
Absolutely.
2K combo. Oh, he's not going to get
Absolutely amazing. Oof.
it! Tragic.
He just, I don't know, must have just been slightly out of place on one of those little wiggles. So he was just trying to plate walk them.
And Russell actually is going to pass him and score at the end.
Last but not least, switched on Lotus.
I gotta say, this is a really unique experience seeing a joint warm-up.
Yeah. Do think I've seen some before, but it would have been a good year or two. Motion just
Dodge the beat,
doing
let's
his
go.
own thing now. Keep dancing.
And we're gonna come to the end of the warm-up. And chat, that means get the roll predictions out.
No.
We gotta have those roll predictions. So that will do it.
US might take the role. I'm feeling that they've got the RNG on their side.
Who's got the RNG on their side? Who practiced their roles more?
RNGesus is with them.
And we'll get to those rolls soon.
Not really, you're just in time for the rolls.
60 to 38, the US will take the roll. So here is the map pool, the grand finals map pool. So Korea will be up first with the ban.
The time machine.
They will
Seen
ban
it
out.
before.
Yep, they're going to ban out Nomad 6. Nomad convert the US now up to ban. I feel like we could see a double time ban here, maybe. But actually, they're going to go with Nomad 3.
Or not.
Well, all right. So that's how it's going to be. The US will open up with the first pick of the match. So now where will they start off?
I mean, got plenty of room. I think they just go with what they're comfortable on. They might even just go on a consistency pick.
Maybe breaking out the Nomad one.
No.
Still, they're going to take some time on this. I mean, they may have a few maps in mind. Question is, though, which one are we most likely to win? Which one do we feel the best on?
Susumu.
There you go.
It's just the one I want to see.
He's like, I would love to see that map. Here we go. So, well, they gotta hurry up and pick. And they don't know the pick.
Playing the long game.
They're playing the long game. Well, you don't want to play too long. Don't wait too long with Walter, you know.
Happens if someone actually goes too long without picking.
The pick is completely randomized. It's literally rolled 1 through blank, depending on how many maps left in the pool. Whatever hits is picked.
Imagine just going for the chaos of waiting for a random map on the first pick.
So we're just waiting on the first pick. Maybe some technical difficulties here at the moment, but so we still have not gotten a pick in from the US. But actually, no, here it is. It is going to be I don't know where in the pool this was. Was this So it is Nomad 2. Okay, that is the pick.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Nomad 2. The US starting with Nomad. Not a bad choice. They're known for Nomad. They're very consistent, but so are Korea. Korea will send in QWH, Motion, and Rockma. Sekre, Lexi, and Russell will line up for the US.
And light consistency pick with that, as it is on the lower end of 3 minutes. You know, a fairly, I guess you could say, middle sort of time. If short is less than 2 minutes and long is longer than 5, right there in the middle.
And also want to say a special hello to Beastrol in chat. Just said hello. Tuning in to support his US brethren. We also see Badu in the chat. Good to see some standard players getting in on the hype.
Really?
Here we go. Round 1.
This
So, starting off,
nation.
no early misses.
Yeah.
And the thing with these two teams, it could come down to just one miss. It could come down to the slightest difference. They played a really close match in quarterfinals. Despite a 6-2 scoreline for Korea, some of the maps in that were insanely close.
No, they really were.
Ooh, but it will get Lexi being caught on the wiggles.
Ooh.
Everybody misses except for Motion. Korea with the advantage. And folks, this is just the difficulty of the grand finals pool. So Motion, only combo above 200. He'll put some points in the bank for Korea.
Even on a week's practice, you know, factor, then you might still not be that confident on a few of these maps.
Yeah, Sakurai will actually find a miss as everyone else gets to 200, so Korea will still be pulling a little bit of the score advantage. Lexi and Russell, though, are trying to stop the bleeding.
Motion.
And we're almost
still with
halfway
the
through.
SS at the moment.
Yeah, still an insane score from Motion and a comfortable lead here for Korea. US trying to give chase here. The question is, will Korea falter?
Everyone from Korea holding on quite strong at the moment. No misses on their side from other than the earlier ones in the jump section.
Here we go.
These slider
No
jumps
one is
are
caught out
really
there, but
not
Lexi and Russell will get caught out shortly after. QWHJ will find a miss as well. That's 2 for the US and only 1 for Korea. Korea pulling away here as Sakurai drops for the US.
Rockma and Motion still holding quite strong. Motion's going to find a drop though.
Rockma drops
doing quite a
HP.
lot of work.
Sakurai drops HP as well. But QWH is keeping up that 200 combo. Nobody on the side of the US does have any significant combo. And if you are just even the slightest bit off on any of these back fours, it's going to mess you up for the entire section.
It's not even hard to mess these up either. These are like really tricky patterns to hit. A lot of these making you kind of need to move a bit one way before you can go jumping the other way.
But it's
And
Motion.
Of course, the kind of D-sliders.
Motion is leading the charge for South Korea. 950,000 plus. No one even near him. And South Korea.
Vexakita. Another 4 gift subs, bringing it up to 140.
Insane stuff from Vexakita, but South Korea take the opening break point. 1-0, they lead, they have the pick. So Korea now up to pick, and I feel like, I don't know, do they go with the no mod here? They probably want to dive into some mods here if you're South Korea and test the US and see how they're feeling on certain areas of the map pool.
You could do anything really. They do have a strong hidden lineup, so they might go hidden. Although that could backfire on them. I think they might have the advantage with 1 or 2 of these hidden picks, though. So we might see a hidden out of them.
Yeah, Korea are a great
DT.
hidden team, but the thing is the US have a fairly good hidden lineup as well. So I feel like that's probably the mod they would want to avoid the most. I feel like they would have a bigger advantage in Double Time and Hard Rock, even though the US do have a very capable Hard Rock roster. But it's going to be Blessing Snow, the pick from South Korea. That is DT2.
Yeah, I definitely could have seen coming from the South Korean side. Motion very strong on these types of maps, as he did farm quite a lot of them last year and before the rework.
He did. Diao will step in for the US.
It out of the water.
Yeah, Motion has ripped off some insane double time plays over the past year, so you know he's going to be very comfortable on a map like this. But as you mentioned before the match started, Diao, capable double time Hard Rock player, stepping in for the US.
9.2. Might see Rum here in place of Spectator. Maybe.
But
then
this is
again,
very dangerous. Because look at the length of this map. It's only 2 minutes and 7 seconds before double time is applied.
This is very short.
Yeah, this is a very short pick.
3 June.
Well, here we go. Start command is coming in. Nobody will opt in for hidden. Everybody's sticking with just the double time. QWH Motion at Spectator against Sakurai, Diao, and Rossold.
Moonmess is here.
And look at this Motion. He's not waiting for anyone.
Yeah, he's just for it.
Early miss coming out from Rossel, but Spectator is going to trade along with Rossel and QWH. So the US actually in front with Sekre and Diao. Sekre will drop though. It's now just Diao in motion.
I think it's only been like 1 or 2 drops at a time. I haven't seen any en masse misses yet, so it might just be a couple of nervous drops.
Oh, that's a miss from
All
Spectator
players
though.
definitely capable.
The US in front now at the halfway point nearly. A very short map. This is the risk of a short map. Misses are
Russell
brutal.
gonna miss.
Yeah, that's going to give Korea a chance. Diao
Yeah,
also missing it with Sekre. That's a triple
Right.
miss from the USA.
Now, when Russell's gonna miss more, Korea's gonna take a strong advantage here as Russell getting a bit to the right on a couple of those notes and missing.
Yeah, and Motion still carrying on. Spectator has recovered beautifully. And unfortunate for the US, they were contesting that. Unfortunate.
Yeah, they had a
for
very
them.
strong... I think the nerves might have just got to them and they kind of slid out of rhythm a bit.
But Motion, as we mentioned before, very comfortable on maps like this. He's coming in with the FC.
Yes.
And Russell is going to fail as Motion crushes it.
It's your 600, 700 PP score. I'm not sure if he does already, but I think he would have double time score on this already set. Did Russell actually fail in the end?
I'm not too sure, but unfortunately for the US, it wouldn't have mattered if he'd passed or not at that point. South Korea had so much advantage.
Yeah, it does look like Russell did fail the end there, and South Korea took it by 1.16 million points. Durkotella, sorry. Another 5 tier 1 subs.
The subs are just pouring in. We thank you for the support. But the US are going to try to counter now with no mod 4. So quick 2 points there for South Korea. Strong opening from them. We expected they would come out swinging. The US now trying to get some points on the board to keep them from running away with it. So this one just over 2 minutes in length. AR9. Relatively high BPM here.
240 BPM. 9 on 240. Prefer it a little bit higher, closer to 10.
Yeah. We will see, though, Motion subbing out, Rockma coming in. Sekre, Lexi, and Rosseld for the US. And here we go. So the US were able to force Motion out of the lobby at least, which is probably a good idea considering just how well he opened those first 2 maps.
Yeah.
Spectator early miss. But it's a very early miss. Still plenty of time for him to recover. Ooh, Sekre does get caught out with QWH, who is going to trade it. But Rosseld will trade that, so Korea with a slight advantage because there's no FCs on the side of the US now.
Rocket's gonna drop.
Yeah, Spectator after
WH
an early
as well.
miss with the recovery, but he is going to miss now. So now the US in control. Rosseld with a miss, though. Just Sekre and Lexi holding on. The rhythms on this are a little tricky. Just the timings of the back force. If you don't know the map, it can be very brutal.
Yeah. Awkward jump patterns.
And
Bent
it's very
quite
even.
a bit.
Oh, Spectator
gonna
missed.
drop pretty hard there, yeah.
Spectator missed a lot of that section. The U.S. now with about 20k advantage. That's still not a lot, but it's an advantage halfway through. QWH with a miss. Yep, Lexi and Rockman now trading. So it's now Sekre and Russell fighting off Spectator.
Well, Spectator going off hard there. Rockma too.
And it's Russell and Sekre, the two mainstays of the U.S. team. Sekre will drop. Russell carrying on. Nobody on Korea with 200 combos. Lexi has recovered the 200 combo. And now the U.S. are starting to check out with a quarter of the map left.
Yeah, this looking like it's really paying off for the USA.
Yeah, they really needed a point on the board as fast as they could get it. To kind of get some momentum. QWH with a miss. Coming to the end, I don't think there's anything South Korea can do at this point.
At this point, I think it's USA's point. I don't think there's any fail sections coming up.
In the U.S. really running away. Lexi, Russell, Sekre with the combo. Korea's got no combo. The U.S. have all of the combo. And that will be a point for the U.S. The lead cut in half, 2-1.
In just before South Korea could take a large advantage and pulling it back a bit. But point USA definitely want to break point, keep the momentum going. So it just depends on what South Korea picks next.
Yeah, South Korea really looking to keep this 2-point advantage with their next pick. The U.S. looking to equalize with a break point here. Question is, where are Korea going to go? Well, we saw how double time worked out for them. They may stick with double time. But no, they're going for Hard Rock 1. Undead Corporation embraced by the flame. Relatively lengthy Hard Rock pick, but it's a Pog song. The chat is already hyped for it. The U.S. not feeling too confident about this one in the chat. So Diao stepping back in. And here we go. Start command is coming in. Motion Spectator and QWH against Sekre, Russell, and Diao. And here we go. Getting them synced up now.
To say both teams tied at 59.
Yeah.
Yeah, with an early miss. Well, Diao missing hard on a stream there. Russell missing a bit as well, but shouldn't be too costly. But
Yeah,
they are going to
very
get
early
one match
misses.
missed from South Korea.
Yeah, Korea will take a slight advantage, but very early misses aren't going to be punished too hard so long as you can recover, as they have here. So Korea will have a minimal lead here, and this is a very lengthy map, 4 minutes, so there's plenty of time to get that score advantage back. But Russell will just dash a little too early off that stream.
A couple of awkward movements here in these streams as well, so if you get caught out by one or two of them, there is very definitely a bit of potential to just drop everything down to 0.
So Korea putting
But as
some
long as the
points
whole
in the
team
bank.
doesn't put it one, be safe.
Here we go into the Ki. Russell is getting caught out. But Korea's just not finding any misses. That's what's blowing my mind right now. Is they look at their
Diao
combos.
dropped hard.
Yeah, Diao will drop hard. Sekre is doing everything he can to keep the ship afloat for the US. But QWH, Spectator, and Motion have other ideas.
Secret gonna drop his combo finally. DR dropping with him as well. Russell is above 200, so he's still holding on a bit, but Korea just have a huge advantage already.
Yeah, and there goes Russell's combo.
100,000 points. Yeah. Oh, and Secret both at the 200 combo mark, but with a 3-way FC from South Korea, still, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, not quite a 3-way FC. There were some early misses, but QWH will drop. Nevertheless, it's still a very impressive showing from Korea. They have 2 combos over 1,000.
Motions one. Now dropping a fair bit there.
QWH yet again. He's trying to find that rhythm again.
I think a lot of these little movements in the streams are just catching DL off a bit.
Yeah, the micro movements in the streams are so hard to time. QWH missing yet again and again there. And the US now starting to recover some combo. A third of the map left. They're going to need some help. But Motion and Spectator just destroying this beat map right now.
Oh, he's gonna find another miss, but he did manage to get a bit of combo, so hopefully he can recover this. Missing very harshly there, though.
Yeah, Spectator will drop his combo, but the US players, all combos are down. And Motion still standing tall with 99.91% accuracy.
Now Russell and Secret having a 3-way miss there. Yeah, a lot of these can just be really awkward on hard rock. So it's not surprising that there are quite a few misses coming in.
Motion. Can he bring it home?
Especially if you
surely.
get locked in like one of the sort of space jumps.
And Korea surely at this point now, all eyes are on Motion, the man with the combo. Single droplet miss from Motion. What a performance.
There for South Korea, and they will take a rather sizable victory on that one.
Oh, that was not FC.
800,000 points, roughly.
Yeah, there were some early misses from Motion I forgot about, but that's still an insane play.
Definitely.
So now the United States up to pick. They need a point on the board desperately. Where do they go next? The hidden pool's still wide open. Yet to be touched, but harder. Motion saying they would like Hard Rock 3, but that's not Korea's pick.
Not finding it fun. That Spectator disagreeing with that.
I think we know what Korea might pick next, guys.
I mean, they can't pick it if USA picks it, though.
Wait,
and what they're gonna
wait.
do.
US says you can't pick that. We're picking that.
Oh, really? You want that pick? Well, just turns out that we want it too.
Alexi is not happy.
Bruh. Oh, bruh moment.
Oh my. Well, folks, here we go. Same roster for South Korea. Same roster for the US. And Low Blip, thanks for that tier 1 sub. We would get a lot more points if we worked together.
Work.
All right, so Hard Rock 3, the pick from the US.
Work not just for you.
And here we go. See how early miss.
Others are mean little jumps there.
Yeah, and it'll actually catch Russell out there.
So easy to miss.
You have to really be expecting them. It's a lot harder than it looks. That's a miss from every player on the US now. And Korea still triple FCing.
Still SS's from Motion and QWH.
Yeah, Motion though is going to drop. Yeah, it's not going to really mean too much considering how much the US is missing, and QWH and Spectator still with the combos.
QWH miss as well. Spectator holding it clutch, but like you said, with all those misses from USA earlier, South Korea does have quite a large advantage of about 200,000 points at the moment.
Yeah, Russell just trying to get up there to stop the bleeding, but Motion is also going to get his combo back to 200. Oh, and Sekre will get caught out with 150 combo. And Korea now really putting the pedal to the metal here. Third of the map left.
Spectator dropping, along with QWH, both dropping quite a bit. Multiple misses there for the both of them.
Yep.
Quite strong.
Only combo really for Korea is Motion. Only combo for the US is Sekre now. But Motion will drop.
That was three-way. QWH did drop quite low there for a second. He's obviously recovered it now, though.
Yeah, problem is the US don't have enough combo to really take advantage of this opportunity. Sekre, the only one with 200 combo.
Ooh, QWH dropping to near fail for a second. Actually, maybe not. I don't know.
Nope. Korea put enough points in the bank early on. They'll hold on. They lead 4-1.
And here's where things get dangerous. They definitely need another point on the board now. Otherwise, South Korea could just run away with it.
The pick now goes to South Korea. What is the pick? I think we might see Hidden One.
We might see it. I see it's Hidden 3.
And Hidden's still untouched. At some point, someone has to go for Hidden in this just considering that both these teams are fairly good at Hidden.
Still are enough maps to kind of finish the game without Hidden, though. Depending on, like, how many points USA can take back from South Korea, that is.
Oh, the debate! They're gonna go with Nomad 1! Oof! Oh, they played the US so hard there. Tricked them into picking Hard Rock 3. And then they didn't pick HD1 in return. Yikes!
Pack has been broken.
The pact has been broken, ladies and gentlemen. The gloves are off.
real heat from the red corner.
Now this is some tea. Oh wow, Sekre hitting him with the real threat. Well, here we go. It's going to be no mod 1. And no substitutions for either side.
Everyone sticking with the same all-around roster. And I mean, it makes sense. It's AR 9.9, so it's not much slower. It's just, you know, that slightly larger circle size. 7.8 star rating, so...
Little over 2 minutes in length, so fairly short. Yeah, we'll find the first miss. Yeah, early miss from him there. Oh, he does get caught out there.
Yeah. He just like really heavily overdashing there, and you could see him pull the movements out, like muscle memory and everything. But I think he just missed one hyper dash, and it just led to a chain of misses.
Yeah, that's all it takes at this level, and Sekre and Spectator will trade. Diao, though, is now really struggling. Rossold missing as well. No combo on the side of the US. A QWH in motion. Still going on with SS's.
In Korea's favor, as Rossold is going to find another miss there.
Yeah, Motion will give up the combo. Will give up his FC.
Quite a large lead advantage for South Korea at about 100 to 150,000 points.
Yeah, the US are going to really need some help if they're going to start to pull this back. QWH, though, with a miss. Sekre trades at Spectator as well, though. US now actually in the driver's seat. They're gaining the score advantage right now.
They are pulling it back, but
Motion misses.
Early game, so gonna need to pull out a bit more, I think.
Yep, Diao will drop, and that's gonna really hurt him. Oh, that's a triple miss from the US.
Miss.
Yep, that's not what they needed.
Now gonna miss a bit more there as well.
Unfortunate, the USA tried to muster something, but Diao just struggled hard on this one. And he had the movements down. You said that earlier. It looked like
he had
the
muscle memory. I think it was just one slight over movement or one slight under movement, and would be on hyper, and then he would chain together the right movements, but it would be kind of out of sync, and it would just, I guess, kind of look completely off.
So South Korea now will take a 5-1 advantage. Good scores from Rossold and Sekre, though, as well as all the other Korean players.
And QWH still having the highest accuracy in the lobby, so...
HD1 is the pick from the United States, and if they don't win this, it could be their last pick.
Possible?
And so now the hidden rosters will come in. Lexi stepping in. Zach is stepping in.
Let's go.
So after the substitutions, it's going to be Motion, Rockma, and Spectator for Korea, Zach, Rossold, and Lexi for the United States. This is where things could get spicy.
To figure out what the averages are to see where they're at.
Can Korea withstand the Zack attack? That is the question. It's when you know the US have gotten serious, when Zack comes out on a hidden pick. Well, here we go. Client getting synced up.
Seen this in tournament once or twice. Fairly
Rockma.
difficult, especially if you're like me and don't play much hidden.
Yeah, if you do play hidden, this is so far AR9 hidden, pretty standard stuff. Rockma's early miss is actually going to put US out in front for now. But we still haven't gotten to the tough part. Oh, double miss from the US. Triple miss, actually. Spectator does drop as well.
Yeah.
So Korea now
Back
with the
missing
advantage.
again? Yeah. Set of 2 combo draw as opposed to, 2 or 3 sets of 1 combo drop.
Yeah, the US starting to struggle a little bit here. And Korea standing strong with Motion and Rockma over the 200 combo cap.
So far recovering pretty well as well.
Unfortunately, the US just have no combo. Every combo is down now.
But South Korea did get that early advantage of about 100k. So even though all combos are down, they will keep that advantage. And I think they do have slight combo and score advantage at the moment, as US is finding quite a few misses.
Yeah, some of the micro movements on the stream. And also, you gotta remember just the patience required to hit these hypers.
And Shin will find a miss there as well.
But the problem for the US is they haven't been able to hold combo above 200 for a significant amount of time. Russell just now getting there, and he drops just as he gets there. Meanwhile, Rockma and Spectator still going strong. Rockma will give it up, but Spectator...
Rockma's going to find a few more misses along with Russell there. Spec's going to miss as well. Motion's the only combo on the board right now.
And I think that the thing that makes this map kind of really difficult is you see there's a extreme lack of hyper dashes.
Yeah.
You notice. It's all precision. It's all timing on these.
A lot of pixels.
Yeah, and a lot of pixel jumps.
On the South
Motion.
Korean side, Spectator.
Motion doing the Lord's work right now. 500 combo.
Motion just pulling out a really strong score.
I mean, you even see that Korea is struggling on this a bit. Not even Korea is dominating this map. It's just that they have had higher combos than the US throughout the entire map.
Spec's gonna drop there, just keeping himself above 99% still though. Russell back up to 99%.
And this is going to be a point for South Korea. Match point.
A
6-1.
commanding win there. 500,000 points.
That was a rough
Pretty
map for
strong
some of those
performance.
players.
Yeah.
(6-1) match point South Korea. They have the pick. A chance to end it here and claim a spot in grand finals with China. Hidden 3. It's going to be the pick. So we're going to
Zach,
see.
very happy with that.
Yes, Lexi as well is very happy with that. So the convert map in the hidden pool, 4 minutes and 48 seconds in length, very long. AR7, and this one has Zach's name all over it.
Yeah. 5.7 star rating.
I'm really going to be looking at Zach and Spectator here. So it looks like no substitutions are going to be made here. And here we go. As the players get synced up. Nearly 5 minutes of Convert AR7 with Hidden.
Russell, 2 misses in the early game. Zach's gonna miss there too to trade out a couple of South Korea's misses.
This is going to be a struggle
Lexi's the
for
only
everyone.
full combo already.
And honestly, that could just be a huge difference maker. I don't know how often players are going to even get to 200 combo on this.
Lexi, looks like he'll be the first.
He will. And miss from motion. Now the question is, can Spectator get up there and equal Lexi? Looks like he's going to be able to do it. Spectator and Lexi above 200. Russell's got the better supporting combo over Rakma. So a slight advantage for the US at the start. Oh, Rakma does drop though at the beginning of that section. And Spectator. This could get pretty ugly for Korea pretty quickly if these combos... Oh, the double miss though for the US is going to really put a damper on things. But Zach is there with combo.
Zach is the only combo.
When everyone else drops, there is Zach.
Already, like, it's amazing, like, just the difference that the two teams are showing between each other just when you switch up the approach rate a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's...
In that spot of command a bit.
Korea have really struggled to get combos up near the 200 mark, but it looks like they're on track to do it.
Oh. Interesting thing here, all 3 members of the USA team all above 99% at the moment.
Lexi will get caught out on the jumps, and he's actually going to fail, so he's going to have to revive and recover.
He's got plenty of time to do it at least.
Yeah.
L7 jumps on Hidden though. That's a really mean section.
But now it does put Korea back in the driver's seat. They've got 3 combos over 200 now, so... And with Russell and Zach missing, and none of the Korean players missing, this could very quickly be overturned.
US still with quite a large advantage. 50,000 points. That's getting closed out amazingly quickly. They're down to about 30 to 20,000 points now of difference. And with such a low node density, this could be really punishing for US.
Yeah, they're going to need to see some misses from the Korean players soon to stop this bleeding. But Korea now...
21,000 points.
Oh, Rakma will miss. That's not enough for the US. The motion will miss with Russell.
Misses.
Spectator, the only one putting some advantage in for Korea at the moment.
Gonna drop 2.
But it's Lexi. If Lexi can get there to 200, he can stop Spectator from running away with it. And Lexi's going to be able to preserve that lead for the US for a little while longer. And spectator will drop. So now it's in favor of the US. Compliments of Lexi.
Back did drop there as well. Spec dropping with him and Lexi's high combo mean that USA are in the prime position to take this home.
I wouldn't say they're out of the woods just yet, though. But they're in a good position right now. They got to close it out. Because Motion and Rockma are about to reach 200. Oh, but Rockma does miss, and that might be enough right there. And it looks like it will be enough for the US to get a second point on the board.
Russell's gonna miss there. Looks like he didn't dash, and then kind of when he realized he was about to miss, I think he just hit the dash and overshot the note.
And that will be point number 2.
Strong performance.
Yeah, strong performance, especially from Lexi. Lexi and Zach had the exact same accuracy.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at the accuracy, the US just were far better on the accuracy in that one. So now the US will get another pick. Now the question they have to ask themselves is, what map can get us some momentum? What map can we win? Will put us on the winning track. Maybe.
Be hidden to Hard Rock 2. I don't think they're gonna go Hard Rock at this point, although I do think Tricklash 220 is quite a well-known map, so maybe they could get away with a hidden, but it's probably not worth the risk. Not hidden Hard Rock, but it's definitely not worth the risk at this point anyway. No Mod 4, which would completely take out the no mod pool. 2 DTs open.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for the US to take 4 points in a row to send it to tiebreak.
Oh, no Mod 5, sorry. Just
ooh, and timeout. Timeout is going to be called from the United States.
I mean, if you're going to use your timeout, now's as good a time as any. But,
Yep, so the United States will call their 2-minute timeout. They will get 2 minutes added on top of the timer.
Collectible.
We are taking time out to restore Rockma mental. They're trying to help their opponents with their timeout. Interesting strategy. But South Korea, they're just 1 point away from what would be their 5th Grand Finals appearance. And every time they've reached the Grand Finals, they have won the World Cup. But China may have something to say about that. The chat is really pulling for DT1.
A lot of people going for DT1 there.
And I think South Korea may have elected to use their timeout directly after.
Yeah,
But
I
no,
did see that, but then I saw like spec with the JK underneath, so I wasn't sure what was happening there, whether they were actually serious or not.
yeah, but Nomad 5 is going to be the pick from the United States.
Second time we've seen a Nanahira convert from her in a Catch World Cup. Seeing one last year as well. During, I think it was like the quarter or semi-finals.
Somewhere around there, I do remember that.
Yeah.
So it looks like this is going to be the setup. Motion, QWHJ, and Spectator against Lexi, Rosald, and Sekre.
Match point, let's go.
Can the US hold on just a little longer, or will Korea take it here? The fate rests on the platters of these 6 players.
Yeah.
A fairly lengthy map, 4 minutes and 14 seconds, so a lot could happen. AR 9.4.
I think at this point, nerves would definitely be at their peak for the United States team.
Well, they kind of came in, after talking with some of the players, they came into this match with the mindset of not expecting to win just to play, because they were already content with getting to top 3. So I feel like they're just playing just to play and to have fun at this point. Of course, I know Lexi is an incredibly competitive player. He wants to win, but Rosald and Lexi will both find Mrs. Korea still with the Triple FC.
Yeah. There's that to it, but then like at the same time, while you're like in tournament match, that whole tournament.
Oh yeah, the tournament setting.
Whole competitive element. Still 3-way SS from South Korea at the moment.
Some really impressive stuff, but Spectator and QWHGA will double miss. They heard you. But Motion has combo. No one else does. Korea gonna start checking out. Spectator and Lexi trading once again.
I think Lexi saw a miss on that kind of awkward stream there. Spectator 2. That definitely catch you off guard.
Yeah,
Even
definitely
if you're just
will.
not ready for it.
Now the US getting some combos up to 200 before the break. They see they are down by 90k. With about half the map remaining, just a little over half the map. Motion still with the SS. All combos are now at 200. Oh, Lexi, though, will miss just as he gets to 200. Korea trying to put this one away right here.
And they have a rather large advantage as we go into the, I guess you could say, last third.
Yeah, the final third coming up here.
Still with the SS.
Oh, triple miss from the US. Spectator and Motion, hold on.
South Korea just hopping off right now.
And
Motion
Motion
will finally find his miss, but at this point, he's just done everything he needs to. can
Yeah,
just
he is.
relax and just finish the map.
Just recover and coast it home. That's what Motion is trying to do at this point. Spectator and QWH, though, still keeping up the pace. All combos above 200 for Korea. Lexi struggling for the U.S. And it doesn't look like there's anything the U.S. can do about it now. South Korea, your 4-time World Cup champions. Your defending World Cup champions. Appears though they're going to be headed to their 5th grand final.
Soon to face China.
A valiant effort from the Americans. They're able to take some points. But South Korea coming in hot motion. A brilliant performance on this map pool.
They're finding a miss, but at this point, they've already taken.
South Korea advanced to grand finals 7-2. The United States will take the bronze this year. Out in 3rd place. A good World Cup for them. But we
Very
are
strong
down.
performance for USA.
Yeah, now, Quijibo, we are down to 2.
Yeah, China, South Korea. Went to tiebreaker last week. Will we see it again? I think it could go either way at this point, as far as I know. But China might have the advantage coming into this because they've definitely would have been watching this match, and they can kind of gauge what Korea's comfortable on and kind of work with that.
They have multiple advantages. They have that
what they
that
saw.
they have that intel advantage, as you just mentioned, but they also only need to win 1 game, whereas Korea, they're going to have to beat China in 2 consecutive best of 13s to become 5-time World Cup champions. Here is the bracket. And it's down to the grand finals.
I mean, they do have that losing as well with the bracket reset as well. So, even if they don't necessarily win the first game, they can still come back in the second. So,
should be an epic match of epic proportions. The 2 best teams in the world will be going at it for the World Championship, the World Cup title, with that coming up in 19 hours from now. Well, Quijibo, that's going to do it for us.
this is the big one.
The big one. It's so sad to think that this World Cup is almost over, man.
Hey, you know, it's less than a year till the next, probably.
It's sad to think about, man. CWC is almost over. But anyway, guys, that is going to do it for this one. South Korea take it 7-2 over the US. We will see you in 11 hours for the grand finals between China and South Korea. Quijibo, any closing thoughts?
I pretty much covered it all. I'm just hyped for this match. I'm ready for it.
As we all are, I'm ready too, man. It's going to be a great match. Don't miss it. My bad, it's
The 19 hours is just preparation.
Not 11 hours, my bad. At 11 UTC. 11 UTC tomorrow. Or technically today, if you are in Europe or Asia. It is still Saturday for us Americanos.
They here. If you're down under, 9 p.m.
9 p.m. for the Australian boys. You can always check the wiki for the schedules so you don't miss the grand final, the finale of the 2020 Osketch World Cup. Quijibo, take the outro, man.
You all for tuning in, and we cannot wait to see you in this next up coach. Thank you to everyone for coming, from myself and Oland, and we will see you in the next one. Catch you all later.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Hello everybody, welcome back. It's been a whole 2 minutes since we last saw you. It's me, JB Hyperion, back with Sartan for the grand final of the Oscatch World Cup 2020. We got China versus South Korea coming up for you. It's going to be an absolute banger, don't you think, Sartan?
And what a banger it will be indeed. China, South Korea. You can see both teams on your screen. Look at these names. Look at these countries. I'm so very much looking forward to this stuff. It's going to be an absolute banger. And yeah, after a whole 2 minute wait, we're going to be able to feast our eyes upon this incredible match. Really looking forward to this stuff. We already made our predictions in the recap round a few minutes ago. And yeah, we're going to see if South Korea is going to be able to take a bracket reset and force China to second place, or whether China will run away with it this year. Let's see it go down. We're going to get started with the warm-ups real soon. This is one of Eno's maps.
Yeah, for both teams, this is really about chasing history. China, 3-time World Cup winners in 2012, 2016, and 2018. South Korea, 4-time champs, 14, 15, 17, and last year. So China have always been kind of one behind South Korea, their nearby neighbors, chasing after them, making sure they can keep up. South Korea always trying to chase their own legacy. But to date, I don't think China have beaten South Korea in a World Cup final. South Korea have beaten China 2 times in the World Cup final, I believe. China have won their two most recent World Cups against Indonesia and Chile. So it's going to be interesting to see how China can do here. Can they break the curse? Can they finally beat South Korea in a grand final?
Thanks for history class there.
You know, that's my job, man. I'm the stats man. I gotta love them.
With the sunglasses and everything, the stats man.
Oh, I do need sunglasses, actually. The sun has really come out here now. It's like an hour ago, it was 6 a.m. here, and there was nothing going on. It was very dark, and now the sun has made an appearance, shining on this most glorious of fruit-catching days.
The rising sun. Announcing this match. So chat, we actually haven't really talked to you yet, have we? So I do wonder, who do you think is going to take this match, people? Who do you think is stronger in this matchup? South Korea coming from the losers bracket, or China coming from the winners bracket on a grand finals map pool? What do you guys think?
Yeah, we covered this a little bit in the recap. The history of these teams, at least in this tournament, has both been one of like sheer domination until they ran into each other, and then they had effectively a dead heat match in the end. South Korea have lost only 14 games this tournament out of the probably close to 90 that they have won, and 7 of those losses came to China in the winners bracket final. China have only lost 10 games in the whole tournament, and 6 of those came in their victory over South Korea. So both teams owe half of their losses or more to the other. Apart from each other, they have had almost no competition this entire tournament.
Yeah, in that sense, South Korea had a little bit of a bumpier road with a few almost roadblocks like Chile in the round of 16, getting them down 4 points. But honestly speaking, a lot of that is due to it being round of 16. A lot of it is due to it, you know, Chile being relatively strong compared to South Korea on map pools like that. In other stages of the tournament, later stages, that would probably not have happened.
Here we go, coming to the end of, I think, warm-up number 1, though. Katobi KQ Rider.
Yep.
South Korea have dropped all 3 of their players immediately. I don't know if they're swapping in some new people for their own warm-up or what the deal is there. Rockma briefly appearing on Team China, but he's now on Team Blue where he belongs.
And to South Korea he belongs, one of the old school players in South Korea. Been at this stage many, many times. Getting into the second warm-up, Looney Code. A map by Rockma himself.
Yeah, so this is likely going to be South Korea's warm-up popping up.
I do have a feeling, yeah.
See if I can do a little bit of research on this one whilst we wait.
That is fine. I see a lot of South Korea supporters here today. Interestingly enough, as the casters, including us two, all predicted China to take this one today. But then again, it's a hard prediction to make, right? We all know that by now. It's incredibly difficult and really will come down to how these people are feeling today. Whether the South Korean players got themselves some eye drops or so, inspired by HyperW. which did the similar thing in the Nexus Grand Final and then suddenly outperformed everybody in the lobby. Whether China's feeling good, I really do wonder what is going to happen today.
I think all we can really predict from this match is that it's going to be amazing. I have no idea who's going to win. I just think it's going to be very close, very hard fought, and we're going to see some real drama. And I can't wait.
It's going to be brutal.
Yeah, just think about both of these teams, these kind of 12 players, sitting down at their keyboards now, knowing that they may not get up for another 4 hours if we go to like the full distance of bracket reset and then another tiebreaker. Like, some of these guys are easily the greatest fruit catchers that the game has ever seen, but can they perform at a world grand finals level map pool for that long? Stamina is going to come into a play the longer the match goes on.
That is correct. They have been in a similar spot a few times, some players at least. But it's gonna. I wonder how much they're gonna wear as time goes on this match. I really do wonder if there's gonna be a definite drop off in playing quality from these people. Whether they're gonna be fine. It might just go the entire distance. Yeah, it might just become a 4-hour game. That stuff has happened in the past with similar players, and they're both looking at getting the win here. So obviously, so it might just happen once again. And prediction-wise, we all predict something like that is pretty likely to happen. We'll see in the first few maps. That's going to be interesting to judge whether they, whether South Korea is going to be outperforming, whether their strategy that you proposed they used on the USA actually worked out and actually is a real thing, where they explicitly underperformed yesterday to throw off China on their game today. Maybe they'll pull some godlike performances, we don't know. But we haven't seen China at all on this map pool yet, so that is going to be something new for us to spectate as well.
Yeah, that's crucial that China have a slight advantage in the map pool, knowing that they have seen how South Korea perform on 9 of the maps. So just over half the map pool from their losers bracket final match yesterday against South Korea, which they won 7-2. So South Korea have given away a little bit of information to Team China on maybe what their potential strengths and weaknesses are. Or have they? Have South Korea maybe kind of not put in their optimum roster, not picked the same things that they would normally pick against China, in order to maybe misdirect them slightly and give themselves an edge? And speaking about potentially being at the keyboard for 4 hours, Calumet has decided to delay the inevitable as long as possible, give their keyboard a little bit of a break, and start off with Relax, which is obviously mouse controlled. Very jittery, I hope he's okay.
That's just nerves, he's fine.
That's a lot of nerves.
Yeah, I wonder how nervous these players actually are. It's not a situation they haven't been in before, this, and I mean, I just expect them both to really perform well, not really being too hindered by their nerves, as I mentioned, and this is going to be such a good game. That's all I can really say about it. That's all we can really conclude. It's probably just going to be an amazing game.
I think
that was
any other team, both of these teams would feel fairly confident and comfortable that they could come out on top. But South Korea and China in Catch World Cup history have been each other's greatest foils and rivals. So just the fact that you're playing against them, it doesn't matter what the stakes are, what the difficulty of the map pool is, like how important the match is. I think there is an element of nerves just from knowing that you're playing against your rival.
That could be true. Here we go with the rolls. So Motion is going to roll 17, not the best of rolls.
He's not had the stellar roll ability so far this tournament, but maybe that's going to be enough.
There's still 60 points below that.
An 8 roll for China. We'll see what Captain Dusk throws out. He throws out 7.
Right,
Dusk is someone who's had even worse history with rolls, and that is going to help South Korea here. So South Korea winning the roll. Not good news for China. They will have to ban first as losers of the roll.
Yeah, R18 is not too far off with his prediction there. So China's gonna have to ban first, and South Korea's gonna ban second, and then pick first. What do you think these teams will go for?
I don't know about China, because obviously we've not seen anything about them, but South Korea, before yesterday, I would have been certain that South Korea would ban double time, because it's been China's staple pick. They always first, second, third, whatever, pick double time. We see China coming out with the Hidden One ban, which South Korea performed very well on yesterday. However, South Korea struggled a lot with Banderia Travelers Hidden 3 in their match against US yesterday, so I would not be surprised to see that banned either.
Rockma is seemingly very happy that they banned Hidden 1. Very big thank you there, as you can see. So maybe not really feeling too confident on that map after all. I'm guessing South Korea might just go for a Hidden ban themselves then.
Yeah, we did
They're
see...
just going to ban Hidden 1 once again.
Yeah, they want to also ban Hidden One. I'm not sure that we're allowed to do that, but... Now, Motion performed pretty well on Hidden One yesterday, Little Princess, but Spectator and Rockma were a little bit behind, and we do see the Hidden 3 ban coming out, an adaptive ban from South Korea. They just did not want anything to do with approach rate 7, circle size 6 hidden yesterday. Lexi and Zack looked really strong on that and made South Korea pay. So they're just deciding they don't want anything to do with that one. So double hidden ban taken off the table, as South Korea going to be opening up with Embraced by the Flame Hard Rock 1.
What a fiery song to get started with. So 4 minutes long Hard Rock. It's a fairly meta-ish map, this from the Leto. Lots of streams. It's just a really fast map. Ridiculously hard. Basically boils down to exactly that. But these two teams both have incredible Hard Rock players, and I expect very little misses from either team here. I do wonder what kind of setup China's going to go for with Hard Rock. I see Nagi in the lobby, which is quite interesting. Nagi really pulling off some crazy plays as of recent, really stepping up to his game, and showing what he's made of, because this man has been a top 10 player for the longest time. People seem to forget that by now. He's been a 3 digits for a little while, not too long ago, but he could go right back to top 20, top 15 if he so wanted to, I think. And all these other players are all like top 20, so there you go.
This is a worrying pick for me from South Korea, though, as first up, because yes, they performed super well on this yesterday. Motion 2 missed with 2,500 out of, I think, the 2,900 max combo. Spectator got 1,800 combo. QWHJ got 1,200. So between the whole team, they only got 18 misses compared to, I think, the maybe close to 100 misses that came out of Team US. So whilst on paper, based on the match yesterday, it's a very strong pick for South Korea. This, to me, is a map that feels very, very much like Millefolium, the tiebreaker from the semi-final, where Crystal and Dusk both FC'd, and Crystal got a double S. This is a map that is very, very good for China.
I have a feeling, though, that they're going to try and ride on the thought that Nagi might not perform this well, but so far there's been misses mostly for China indeed. Crystal and Nagi missing. Crystal with a later miss. Spectator did struggle a little bit as well, though, but is getting carried by QWH in Motion, now still with the full combo. Dusk also coming in with 400 plus combo. It is an interesting pick, indeed. I do believe that as well, and they might be actually underrating Nagi a little bit here. He's going to miss again, though, together with Spectator. The score is still very closely matched here. Only 10,000 score difference, and the combos are very similar too.
Yeah, this is a very long song, just over 4 minutes, so early misses aren't going to make too much of a difference. We're only 1/4 of the way through the map now. Nagi and Spectator both about to hit that 200 combo mark. They do so now. The score difference is probably only about 10, maybe 15,000 at this point. QWHJ still holding on to that FC. Motion with a double S as well. Dusk also with the full combo. Everyone now above 200 combo, so we're going to see very little difference in score until we see another miss as we come to the 1/3 distance.
They're performing incredibly well. Nagi's going to drop together with Crystal. And South Korea is now going to take up a lot of the advantage here. They're now going to be leading the score with quite a lot, as you can see. The bar is working its way towards the right. It's going to slow down a little bit due to spectators' miss, but it's not the end of the world yet for China, actually. There's still so much map left, and honestly speaking, the score difference isn't even quite that big yet, as Crystal and Nagi both already have moved back into 2 in the combo.
Yeah, Nagi actually tanked a huge number of misses there, dropping down to A rank. He's taken another few misses there that's going to allow South Korea to extend their advantage, and Dusk drops as well. No full combos remaining on the side of Team China. Still 2 on the side of Korea from QWHJ, and Motion still holding on to that double S as Spectator comes above 200 combo. Nagi about to do the same.
QWHJ coming in with a miss himself. But then again, South Korea slowly building up this lead by now. They're just having a few lesser misses than China thus far, and it's showing in the bar, as you can see. Combo advantage down the ends of China, only barely though, so... And the double miss here once again from Nagi and Spectator, that's going to level out. Still nothing set in stone. There's still much to be played, and Spectator having a huge drop there, allowing for China to probably grab a few points. Motion does the same as Spectator drops again, and the scoreline is seemingly going towards China, but then again Crystal Nagi dropped at the most unfortunate of times.
Yeah, Dusk versus QWHJ now. We thought that China had a perfect opportunity to take the lead back there. They did eliminate some of the score difference. As Spectator drops again, that score difference is going to come down even further. But the double miss on both sides. QWHJ drops. It's only Dusk remaining.
And again,
Crystal from
Nagi.
China.
Quite literally missing out by a hair once again, and nothing is yet decided. There's still a little bit of the map left, and Dusk missing is probably going to provide a lot of leeway here for South Korea, as Nagi and Crystal both still don't really have high combos either. And now it's starting to look like South Korea can really capitalize. I don't see any misses from Motion Spectator. QWH is going to have a fail. Nagi had a miss over there as well. So much happening. And that was really dangerous for a bit, but it seems like China is finally starting to fall apart. Finally is starting to see some kinks in their armor.
QWHJ was very unfortunate to fail there, but it looks like he has recovered nicely. Dusk tanked a huge number of drops there towards the end, maybe the pressure starting to get to him. He was on, I think, only about maybe 1 or 2 misses towards like the 2/3 mark, and then you can see there's a bunch of really sharp spikes there. Spectator had a few hairy misses towards the beginning and also the end as well, but it is going to be a point in the end for South Korea. And I think it was a really good point that you're saying that like teams are falling apart. We're 1 game in to the grand final, a best of 13, potentially 12 more matches to play. Teams really should not be falling apart at this stage, but the nerves must be so intense. Motion, the only player to score under 10 misses.
And Motion is the literal #1 player in the world as we speak. That was incredible though. So much happening on that first map, and China almost had that one.
Yeah, South Korea performing slightly less well than in their match yesterday against the US, where you think maybe there was a lot less pressure on them and they expected to win more comfortably. But they do come out on top on this one. They do manage to secure that first comfortable point, that point on the board, and China will be picking next. I'm pretty convinced that Double Time would be their go-to comfort pick in any normal encounter. But when a team has Rockma, Motion on its side, 2 amazing Double Time players, is Double Time so free, so comfortable for them anymore?
We don't know, actually. They're going to go for a normal pick instead. They're going to go for Humanly.
And this was actually banned yesterday in South Korea's match against the USA. So this will be the first time that either team will have seen this one. I guess China are just saying that it was banned by... I think it was banned by the US. So China are just maybe banking on the fact that they've practiced this well, and they don't believe that it is as comfortable a pick for South Korea. They must be feeling comfortable on this one.
Yeah, they must be. It's also tactical because they know South Korea has not had the opportunity to prepare for this one. And they're going to use that momentum. South Korea does have the momentum of the match so far. They had a very long first pick and they won it. So that really favors them coming into this. Here we go with the second map of the match. Human Leap, a convert pick. Quite high AR, as you can see, at 10, maxed out. Quite the interesting combo here. Early miss here for Crystal. Again, a fairly long map.
Yeah, this is looking like it is a bit more of a targeted pick from China. I discovered that this was actually South Korea's ban in the match in the losers bracket final against the US. So clearly China feeling that they just can capitalize on maybe something that South Korea do not want to pick. But we're talking about the misdirection, the potential misguiding earlier. Maybe South Korea just banned this to try and make China think they didn't want to play it, and actually they're totally up to the task. South Korea going to be taking the early advantage due to that very early miss from Crystal, but he's now back above 200 combo, so the score difference is going to stabilize.
Yeah, not a lot happening so far. Here comes the first chorus. Potential for misses here, obviously. Some crazy jumps, as you can see, but very solid performance this far from everybody. There's another miss there for China, however. Dust is going to tank one. South Korea and Nagi also tanking one, meaning that South Korea is going to have a fairly comfortable leading position now. Spectator is going to slow down that progress, however. But they're going to be able to see that both Nagi and Dusk have dropped, and they are now in the leading spot so far with 50,000 score ahead of China.
Yeah, South Korea perfectly placed here with QWHJ and Motion still holding on to that double S. Crystal with the great combo just shy of FC for Team China, but Nagi and Dusk have a lot of work to do to catch back up. That score difference is still growing, despite Spectator having this slight combo disadvantage.
Yeah, that's going to stop now, however. But never mind me, Nagi's going to find another one of those misses right as he went up to 200 combo, and South Korea is now also leading in combo.
Yeah, really bad luck. QWHJ going to find a drop on South Korea losing that FC, but that was a really bad place for Nagi to miss just as he was hitting 200 combo and starting to stabilize the score. Once again, China will know they have this combo advantage. Their score difference has grown, and they know that Motion is still holding on to that double S.
2/3 into the map, and they are struggling here, but they are not out of the game yet. And another miss for QWH is actually going to give the momentum back to China. They might actually be able to take back the lead.
Yeah, still 1/4 of the map to play. I think that miss on its own is not going to give China the lead, but if nerves are starting to creep in...
They could maybe be peeking at the scores right now with those notes over here. Quickly clicking tab. Dangerous thing to do, but I know a lot of people tend to do that. Another miss for South Korea. Rumina leading position for China, but so many misses happening on there. And with Dusk and Crystal both missing, he's going to stop that progress once again. Motion not FCing the map, seemingly back to the 0 combo mark for him. But South Korea is still looking very comfortable here over here, right before the end of the map. Despite their ban of this map yesterday against the USA, Crystal's going to take another hit here. And there's no way for China to take this anymore, I do believe, unless one of these South Koreans would fail. Motion is going to miss, but it doesn't really matter too much. A few of the combos are going to drop for South Korea, a few for China as well. And here is a break point from South Korea as we get into the third pick of the match soon. That is great, though, on a ban. Or at least yesterday's ban. Today's point.
Really good kind of bait and switch from South Korea, though. Tactically banning something that they were fairly confident on in the hopes that China would pick it, and they fall into the trap. China with a team miss right at the end there, but otherwise really solid performance from South Korea. China definitely not performing badly on that one at all. Crystal with the 1000 combo performing especially well, but also Dusk with the only 3 misses. But South Korea with the tactical advantage, giving them the breakpoint and the 2-0 lead.
Again, the difference in misses is very low between the two teams. South Korea having a few lesser misses, but honestly speaking, China did incredibly well over there as well. That map is harder than you guys might expect. A lot of very nasty passes, and this is a pick I did expect from South Korea. Blessings, though. Double time is coming out. This is their forte. This is China's forte. This is going to be such a crazy match.
It really speaks to how well matched these two teams are. South Korea are probably the only team in the whole world that can pick double time into China and feel comfortable that they have a chance at winning. Double Time is China's bread and butter. It is first picked in almost every match in a tournament China will play. But South Korea, starting out with the advantage, looking to make an authoritative statement saying, like, Double Time's your mod? No, Double Time is our mod. Motion actually FC'd this yesterday with the full 867 combo and good 99.4 accuracy as well. QWHJ and Spectator slightly behind, but it is going to be Rockma appearing in Spectator's place for this one, much more like what I would expect. He is an outstanding Double Time player as well.
First time in a while I'm seeing Calionet on a AR 10.5 map here. He's going to be the first to miss for both of these teams, but incredibly, speaking of the other players, everybody's still holding on to combo 2 in. This is such an incredibly rapid map, as you guys can see. No misses yet for any other player. Calionet is struggling a little bit, but now QWH is going to give a little bit of leeway to China. It's not going to be enough for them to take the lead back, but they're still in the game.
Yeah, Calionet almost at the perfect place to capitalize on that. He's just hitting 200 combo now. Halfway through the map, not too much length in this one, only 1.5 minutes. We are really waiting for another miss here to decide if China can come back into this one again.
How are all these players holding on to combo? Incredible. The Motion and QWH are going to miss China now being able to take the lead. Crystal and Dusk with the incredible 600 combo, and Rockma is doing what we expect him to do as well. It's only a slight lead, however. Calionet is struggling still. The combo advantage in the hands of China, but only barely. And
any miss here will decide the map.
There might still be an opportunity for China to not win as Crystal misses right at the end of the map. South Korea now with the score advantage again, and Calionet is going to finish that off. Oh my goodness. Oh, South Korea only taking that in the last 15 seconds or so of the map. Crystal with a singular miss. A perfect score for both Rockma and Dusk. And China heartbreakingly losing that one, giving South Korea a 3-0 advantage right out of the gates. Incredible, though. What happened?
That is absolute tragedy for Crystal. He was performing so unbelievably well. China had a slender but comfortable advantage. And Dusk, 99.5% accuracy on AR 10.5. This man is insane. He does not deserve to be on the losing team there. That's such bad luck for China, but absolute ecstasy for South Korea to go 3-0 up.
That was not a humongous score difference by any stretch of the imagination, but that was an incredible comeback right at the end of the map. Those parts tend to be the hardest indeed, right before the end of the map, where the map kind of slows down. Some people tend to underestimate the difficulty in that. And sadly, both Crystal and Calionet not being able to keep up there. Crystal only missing 66 combo before the end of the map. But yeah, just quite the performance that we expected from everybody, honestly speaking. Calionet did not underperform on that map either. It is just the sheer difficulty of the map that made him miss 14 times. He even had a high combo, a 410 combo, but the other players are just doing something else.
It really speaks volumes to like the skill of all players involved when Calionet's kind of 400 combo, I think he was about a 13 miss, is considered a bad play on approach rate 10.5. Like, that was an amazing play and would beat pretty much any other team, any other individual player outside of these two countries in the world. But when you're comparing it to giants like Rockma and Dusk and Motion, it's just like, oh, it's just an average play. The poor guy.
It's a bit of a PP map, you could almost call it, for these players. Incredible, right? They're gonna go into another null mod here, Kitsune no Yomeiri. This is a pretty old map by now, map by Minky. That is an old name, isn't it? Whew. I used their skin for a while, and it's just basically left-righting to the ends of the earth. Something that I know Dusk and I would expect Crystal actually to play this, but seemingly he's not joining the lobby quite yet. Calionet and Nagi slotting in for China. We have Spectator, Rockma, and Motion there for South Korea. All incredible players on this kind of a map. Crystal is, however, going to join after all. Maybe Calionet will be swapped for Nagi. Something like that could also happen. I think that would actually make sense too. Especially considering the age that Nagi has, the experience that he has. And Nagi is one of the few players that could play this map back in the day when it was first released. Now it's appearing in the Grand Finals map pool. It's gonna be Calumet after all. Motion Spectator Rockman for South Korea. We move into the 4th map of the match. Or at least we hope to do so.
Yeah, this is another tactical, kind of targeted pick from China. This is one of the 2 points that South Korea lost against Team USA earlier. And none of the players from South Korea, at least in that match, seemed to really enjoy this one. Holding on to a combo and keeping it for any length of time on this map is difficult, but if you can manage it, it gives your team such a huge advantage. This map is so unlike anything that would be seen in a modern meta today.
Exactly. It's still a cat specific, but it really does not feel like that at all. There's 2 misses on the end of South Korea so far. Dusk missed for China, and Crystal's gonna follow that up. Dusk is gonna do it against South Korea, back in the lead.
South Korea looking much stronger now with all 3 of their players above that 200 combo mark. Calumet going to drop as well. No one on Team China holding on to a strong combo now, and South Korea can show what kind of advantage they have as we come to 1/3 distance.
Exactly. China is really playing by the book here. Rockman's going to miss again. So the combo advantage now very, very slightly in the hands of China, but nothing that South Korea needs to worry about. But now they need to worry as Spectator and Motion both missed at the same time. Crystal and Calumet still impressively holding on to combos. And this is the opportunity they need to grab that lead, which they might be able to do.
Yeah, now it's China's turn to say, haha, we inflicted a triple miss on South Korea. We are making the comeback. Dusk was an unfortunate casualty in that combo as well. But the 2 full combos, not full combos, 2 200 combos still being held onto by China. Motion and Spectator are at 200 combo now. The score difference is so narrowly in favor of South Korea. 1 miss will sway this.
We have this situation once more where the single miss will determine everything here. Only 8,000 points of difference, even less than that, honestly speaking. This is gonna come down to the wire once again. And impressively, everybody's holding on to their combos. They're doing it with their life is on the line, but Spectator's gonna miss. China back in the leading position now, right before the end of the map. It is still not over, however, but China now knows that they are leading. That might actually be nerve-wracking for them, because they know they need to hold on to what they have right now. Otherwise, they might still lose it, but it's looking very good. It's looking very good for China. And this seems to be their first point. Dusk missing right at the end, but a double miss for Spectator. Rockman's going to seal the deal as China is back in the game.
So that's an amazing kind of improvement on yesterday's performance from South Korea. Their highest combo yesterday was Rockma's 328. And this time, all of their players get pretty much double that. Spectator getting double the combo that he achieved yesterday. But 800 combo from Crystal on this map. A 1 miss from Calumet. This is insane play from China, and it is exactly what they needed to try and settle some of those nerves and make themselves think, look, we are actually still able to get back into this. We need to just reset and continue from here.
That is chilling. A single miss from Calumet. Incredible. South Korea, however, indeed also pretty much showing up very strongly on that map too, compared to yesterday, definitely. And I mean, it is still a world-class performance they just showed up with here. China being a tad bit stronger. Now China ran out of picks that South Korea lost on to... no, actually, they didn't quite yet run out. They got the banned pick first, then they went to one of the picks that South Korea lost to. I'm thinking they might just do that again. For the next pick the last map South Korea lost on against the USA.
The 2 maps that they lost were Kitsuno no Yomeri, which was just played, and Bandiria Travelers, which was banned. South Korea banned that, so China have no more picks that South Korea lost to
my apologies.
In that way. So China from now on are going to have to go on what they know, either what South Korea may have won, but they didn't win that convincingly, or what they just feel like, in practice, we're good at this, so we're going to pick it. And South Korea are going to pick Double Time again. Purple Passion coming up now, Double Time 3, a map that I don't think that we have seen yet.
I'm so happy to have the analytical man over here correcting
That's
my
job,
mistakes
man.
as we go.
I'm not correcting your mistakes. I'm just covering for that side. Together we are ultimate duoing right now.
We are the Purple Passion.
Ooh.
A little jazzy. A little funky, this. It's a very nice song. Sadly, we're not going to hear it as it is, but with double time, so it's going to get a little bit more hyper than that. It's a combat pick by South Korea once again. Interestingly enough, I actually did not expect them to go for another double time pick after that very close call on the first double time pick this game. They are going to try it again. This seems to be a map that China should be a bit stronger on than Korea, personally speaking, I think at least, because as far as I know, the combat side of double time is covered more strongly by China, and the specific side is more strong by South Korea, but they're going to go ahead and do it anyway. I mean, those differences are so slight anyway, but yeah, it's just very hard to make correct picks against a team like China, who is pretty much a double ganger of your own team in terms of skill.
Maybe I'm reading too far into the future and I'm trying to see things that aren't really there. But I think if South Korea are picking double time because they know that China are going to pick it anyway, and South Korea are going to say, okay, well, we've picked all the double time, and like, what are you going to pick? We picked your comfortable picks. What are you going to pick now? Are they saying that if they can win on China's favorite picks and things they would pick themselves, is this trying to really demoralize China and make them feel like they have no other kind of option, no safe avenue to go for? This could be really bold. Guts.
But so far, it's not looking like it's working out too well, as most of the misses are coming from South Korea. Dust still with the impressive double S, and the score difference over here for the first time entering a 100k plus difference. QWH really struggling, missing every so often. China is building up the combo again, as they have a bit of a combo advance. Kalyanet is going to ruin that, however, but they still have Dusk.
Yeah, so just as soon as I said this is a great tactic from South Korea to beat China at their own game, China have pulled out a massive lead with the 3 early misses. We do see a miss there from Dusk, but Crystal is still holding on to an impressive 450 combo. Rockma has caught up nicely as well as we come to the halfway point at 400 himself. But we're going to see 3 200 combos to 2 QWHJ, just a little bit behind. So that score difference is going to grow to just over 100,000 as we come to 1/3 of the map remaining.
It's very mesmerizing to see these players catch everything in that chorus. Rockma's going to miss again. China is going to build upon their lead just a little bit. Crystal with an impressive 700 plus combo over here. But it's just incredible to see so little misses from any team on this map. QWH is going to overshoot just a little bit, so is Crystal. And now we have 2 misses on both teams. Not anymore. Dusk also missing Motion, the only one left with a combo, but it's not enough for South Korea to come back just quite yet. There's going to be more misses required from the team of China. The miss from Motion and Crystal is going to level out the score again. And so far, this is looking like a very good map for China. Not the best of picks by South Korea, perhaps. Rockma missing again, so does Kalyanet. Everything gets traded very nicely, very cleanly over here, so does Dusk and QWH. Only Motion now, however, with a combo left. But that's gonna end the map on that note with a 87,000 score difference. This time around, China actually being ahead with about 2 to 3 misses, I do believe. And not the best pick here for South Korea. China is getting back into the game.
Yeah, this is worrying for South Korea. China being allowed to get back into the game, build some momentum. Very good map for them. There is a reason why nobody picks and people ban double time against China, and that is exactly why. Unfortunately, South Korea didn't necessarily perform badly on that map, but they allowed China to get an early lead, and then in the second half of the map, each miss was kind of traded by a member of the other team. So that score difference was very similar, and China could just keep South Korea at arm's distance throughout. So that is going to be a second point for China, 2 to 3, a break point, and China have an opportunity to level the score here with their next pick to take things to 3-all. Do China go for the final double time here and pick Tonari Ao? Or
that would not be a bad
do
idea.
they select something else?
I mean, it's a different mechanic, Tonari out, but they might be high riding on the double time momentum right now. I do believe it is not the most wise of picks. I still do believe, and I stand by my point, that South Korea is probably a bit strong on specifics coming double time. But what else shall they pick then? Nomad the way to go right now? Maybe Hidden?
South Korea played 3 of the 4 available remaining Nomad maps in their match against the US yesterday. Only one they didn't play is Izana, which was banned. Panopticon was left unpicked from the hidden pool, so they have no information on that. And Last of World Music was picked and won by the South Koreans as well. So anything left is either no mod or they don't really have any information about it. And China are being hurried up to select a pick here by the refs, so hopefully they don't run out of time.
I think they have a hard time deciding on what to do as well at the moment. It mainly comes down to that. See? Really hard. They're gonna go for Hidden. Not
So
riding
a new challenger appears, a map that we haven't seen played in the match yesterday in this Grand Finals map pool.
The only Hidden map that can be picked in this game, as the other 2 picks have both been banned. But it seems... This is interesting. I do indeed believe that this is a fairly rational pick from China. I do know that they have very strong hidden players, but most important of all, they have very consistent hidden players. South Korea, a little less so. Rockma tends to be a little volatile when it comes to these kind of maps. Still very good, but coming out of Hard Rock and Double Time and such, this might be a pretty hard swap. Dusk actually leaving the lobby. For the first time, he might not be playing a map. Is there any map that Dusk actually hasn't played for their team, I wonder?
I mean, we could go back through the stats, but I'm a little bit too invested in this match right here to do that for the 7 or so matches that they've played thus far. But I think you raised an excellent point. It's going to be very interesting to see how the teams adapt from what was approach rate 10.3 on Double Time to now approach rate 8.4 hidden. That is a huge difference, and it's going to be interesting to see, although these players could in isolation all perform pretty well on this, how easily the kind of change in speed comes to them and how their reading adapts to the much, much lower approach rate. And in addition to the lower approach rate, this is a really, really kind of technical, high slider velocity, very snappy pick that we've come to expect from Sinnoh's mapping style in recent years. So the reading is hard enough even without hidden being added, and obviously the lower approach rate just adds a whole new dimension of difficulty.
Exactly, and we have 2 players in each team that just came from a Double Time pick. Nagi and Spectator are going to be fresh. Might be the best performers in this match, we don't know. Double miss here for Nagi and Crystal right out of the gates. South Korea with an early lead, although Rockma is also going to miss.
We see another miss there from Nagi and Spectator taking a miss trade as Dusk drops as well. No major combos remaining on the side of Team China. Motion has a 250 combo, pretty great from him. Dusk just going to see another drop. Crystal is there to take up the slack though, but he misses too at 200 combo. But we see a double miss from South Korea. They're not going to extend their advantage too much more.
But Dusk is also going to miss with his almost 200 combo. What I'm most impressed by right now is Motion's still full combo. This is incredibly hard to read this map. Some of those streams are very nasty. And he just came from an AR 10.3 map, so that just adds to the difficulty. Right now, South Korea in a very comfortable position as Dusk is not really coming up with any high combos himself. Struggling a little bit here, even on these comparatively easier jumps. And miss snapping over there as well. More misses here for Crystal and Spectator.
Dusk is really starting to struggle here, actually, dropping below 97% accuracy. And yeah, you're right, we do see the miss there from Motion, but he has done huge work in building such a massive advantage for his team. No one is really able to build any kind of combo here, so I don't see China coming back into this one unless we see a fail. There's just no combos anywhere on the board right now as we come into the closing stages. This is so difficult.
Yeah, no combos over 100. Everybody missing on these incredibly difficult snaps. Nagi again missing here. Dusk also struggling. Nobody properly catching those streams either. But it seems like South Korea built up a well enough lead in the early stage of this map, which will then translate to them taking this one. A breakpoint here. Seemingly still better at hitting than China after all. Pretty low scores throughout the lobby, but Dusk really had some issues there towards the end. Not too well adapting there. Motion with an incredible score out of 7 misses only, nearing 900,000 points.
Yeah, Motion easily the difference maker between the two teams in that one. Scoring, I think, just over 100,000 more than anyone. Crystal, I think, was just under 100,000 points below his score. And yeah, Dusk uncharacteristically struggled on that one, the 96.7% accuracy. Hopefully that's just a one-off and it's not indicative of him having any more significant problems like connection issues or the like. But yeah, another breakpoint for South Korea, so they managed to keep that gap at 2 points as they come into their next pick.
Correct, yeah. We are mostly used to seeing Dusk actually being able to adapt really well from double time to hidden back to double time, those kind of things. Now, for the first time, he's not really dropping the most godlike performance ever. He's still just a guy after all, so that is one thing to consider. He will still be nervous regardless of his incredible expertise. But China is still in the game. South Korea is going to be next to pick, but South Korea knows that China can very easily take break points if they aren't too cautious with their picks. Double time, the final double time getting picked.
Interesting from South Korea, just totally picking out the double time pool in sequence. DT2, 3, and now DT1. Another one that we haven't seen yet in the Grand Finals map pool. So, yeah, Crowley map to be showing up for our final double time pick. Approach rate of 10.3 once again, about 2.5 minutes in length. Hang on, I've got the wrong link. Silly me, I'm picking up double time 3, not double time 1. There's too many numbers, man. There's approach rate 8.6 actually, so it's going to work out at just a smidge over approach rate 10, and we're going to be just under 3 minutes in length.
Correct indeed. Fairly long map. It's going to be a long day for these two teams regardless, so no worries there. It's a bit different from the other double time maps that we saw. Not quite as speedy, as already mentioned. Still fairly speedy, but nothing too abnormal for these players. Kalyanet is going to be the first to miss here together with Dusk. Just a lot about those left-rights over here, as you can see. Quick snapping. QWH also missed. Now missing again, giving back the combo advantage to China. Dusk is going to ruin that, however. Kalyanet too, with a miss. Only Crystal left with the full combo in the end of China. Rockma is going to follow that up with a miss of his own, though. So the scoreline is still fairly close, as QWH is going to miss again and drawing it ever so much closer to China. Kalyanet, however, trading that.
Yeah, Dusk hitting his stride back up to 200 combo. Crystal versus Motion still holding on to that full combo right now. Rockma going to hit 200 combo as well. QWHJ and Kalyanet pretty evenly spaced in terms of combo. This score difference is very, very narrow. And we're coming to 1/3 distance, so 2/3 of the map still to play. It's still Motion versus Crystal for full combo. Kalyanet going to see a drop. It's going to give South Korea a slight increase in advantage just as QWHJ hits 200 combo.
The Kalyanet seems to be undershooting a little bit, and that's going to bottleneck the team a little bit. Rockma's going to trade one of his misses now. Again, the score difference isn't too major yet, especially now with QWH's miss. It's actually running back to China quite rapidly, as you can see.
Yeah, Kalyanet.
Especially since everybody else just got past, and Kalyanet is just going to continue playing the map instead.
Hopefully we get everyone synced up a little bit, but until now, please enjoy Kalyanet soloing this map. There we go. He's going to have to wait just a little bit whilst we get everyone catched up. This is mechanically probably the most difficult double time pick, and you can tell there's almost no movements where you're standing still at any point in this difficulty.
Exactly. The score difference is very minor by now.
Crystal and Motion managing to hit 1,000 combo here as we're coming into the final third. Kalyanet going to see a drop. South Korea going to extend their advantage slightly, but QWHJ is going to miss another couple of times there on those doubles.
Yeah, that actually gives an advantage back to China, perhaps. due to QWH missing a few notes, whereas Callion only missed a single note as far as I could see. He's performing a little bit subpar compared to his teammates right now, but he's still performing really well. And again, the scoreline is so incredibly close coming into the final part of the map. Any miss will give it to the other team now.
Crystal and Motion still going 1400 combo now. Dusk is going to drop.
QWH is going to trade that out. Again, a few misses on his head, and he's going to drop again. Crystal's going to follow it up. South Korea back in the leading position, but Rockman's going to ruin that. So much happening, but Motion still holding on to 1500 combo. He's going to be able to carry it for his team as the TNT of China just dropped all back at 80 combo, and it won't happen for China. Motion is dropped at the end, but it doesn't matter anymore. The carry has been done. The carry has been handed out. And South Korea is going to take another point off of China. 5-2 in a leading position now, with the ending spinner giving them a 70,000 score advantage on that map. Whoa, that one got really intense towards the end once again. Incredible play by Motion there. 4 misses only by Crystal as well. But wow, the level of play we can see in this match, it's just outstanding. It's alien. It's just something else.
China performed so well there, but Motion was able to just keep that combo a lot longer than anyone else. China unfortunately had that triple miss, that team miss towards the final kind of 200 or 300 combo. And the misses from Rockma and QWHJ were not enough to offset the absolutely astounding performance that Motion put in there. So once again, proving why he is the #1 player in the world. It's not just because, oh, he's got a bunch of PP scores. It's not just because he plays the game more than anyone else. He can perform here, there, and everywhere. And it is going to be a 5th point to South Korea.
China's gonna follow up with a Noma pick here. Nani DF. With an interesting difficulty name as well, mapped by Mir, so you can expect some very unconventional patterns in this map. South Korea,
I think China have to be feeling pretty confident on this one, because this was not a map that South Korea did badly on by any stretch of the imagination yesterday. Motion 1 missed, QWHJ 3 missed, and Spectator had a little bit of a higher miss count, but he did manage to get over a 1000 combo. So hopefully this is just a pick that China feels super comfortable on, or that South Korea's performance was a little bit of a one-off, because otherwise this could be heading to match point South Korea, and we could be looking at a bracket reset.
Exactly. For the people that only just tuned in, if South Korea were to win this match, we're going to have a bracket reset, and they're going to have to play again. It's going to be a long day for them.
It's not a catch World Cup with without a bit of Camellia feet Nanahira, so this one is for all of you Nanahira fans.
Shout out to you guys.
Looks like we're going to be getting into this game number 8 though in just a few seconds. South Korea looking to take it to match point. China desperately need to mount a comeback if they want to avoid the bracket reset.
Yeah, they're still in this game. The scoreline doesn't really mean a lot to them. I think they've been in more nervous situations than this. As we get started with the 8th map. Everybody slowly syncing up. So again, coming from double time to a pretty technical combo pick. Interesting to see little swaps here. Crystal, Calionet, and Dusk all staying in the lobby. South Korea is going to have a swap for Rockma, I think. Or am I crazy? Am I becoming crazy? I might be.
Everyone hitting 200 combo as we come into this first Ki breaking down section. No issues thus far. We do see a miss from Motion though, the first to go down, which gives China the early advantage in this one.
No correction here from me. All the players played the previous map as well, so a lot of adapting needed. Crystal and Kalina both gonna miss here. South Korea back in the leading position. Everybody catching those inverted jumps. Time for some snapping, everybody.
Yeah, some really punishing anti-flow leading into an out sliders is going to catch Rockma out there. Puts
and a tiny team drop there for South Korea.
Huge advantage now for Team China. They won't know the advantage that they have, but that triple miss from South Korea puts China in such a good place, even with that singular miss from Kalyanet. They can build a huge lead here and just carry it throughout the rest of the map.
Let's not get complacent. The lead is not really too big, as you can see, only about 30,000 points. It's not really building up further due to the miss of Kalyanet. But a lead is a lead nonetheless. This is exactly what they needed. They can now see this lead of theirs about, give or take,
25,000?
how many points? 25,000, yeah. It's a lead nonetheless, but they know that a single miss will once again give it back to South Korea. And this has happened twice in this match already. 3 times even, probably.
Dusk still holding on to that double S though as we come towards the 1000 combo mark. Halfway through the map now, we've got a little calmer section, but some of these jumps are still very punishing and can catch players out if they're not paying attention.
Few people wiggling here even. That takes some guts.
Just manages to reach the 1000 combo mark. Everyone else around the 5 to 700 combo. Crystal leading the way, but everyone is above 200 combo except Kalyanet now. Kalyanet going to drop. That score difference is going to become very, very small as we come into the next Ki section.
Incredibly small as Dusk and QWH trade a miss here once again. Oh, and once again it's going to come down to the wire. It's feeling like one of those days where Kalyanet and Crystal are both going to miss out. Motion and Rockma still holding their 700 and 800 combo respectively. A lot can still happen. 1/4 of the map left. South Korea will need to miss a few if China were to take this point out of it. Motion might be getting a little nervous due to this combo. Same goes for Rockma. Crystal, however, missing again for China, and South Korea is starting to look better and better by the second. No misses for any of the other players so far.
South Korea closing on a 6th victory. Motion with that 1200 combo now. He FC'd yesterday. It's not going to be an FC today as Kalyanet finds another drop for China to extend South Korea's advantage. But it is going to be a very convincing performance by Motion. Rockma at the 1300 combo mark as well. Crystal going to find another drop in the closing stages. Dusk building a huge combo back at the end, but it is not going to be enough to overcome this score difference because South Korea are giving absolutely no inch to China here. Rockma and Crystal going to trade, but it is too late to make a difference. South Korea match point in this potentially match number 1 before the bracket reset.
What a mind-shattering second half there from South Korea. What? Incredible. Oh my goodness. China was leading up until the, like 2/3 into the map, right? But wow, they just didn't give a single inch, as you already mentioned. Such solid performance there at the end of all these South Koreans. The miss count is actually higher on their end, with Dusk only accounting for a single miss throughout the entire map, but it's not enough for China. Both teams just the performance is just so outlandish. It's absolutely amazing to see. But South Korea once again taking a point there. They're moving quite comfortably into a bracket reset if this were to continue. They just need a single point.
Okay, I've got a cool stat for you that I just picked up and I was never expecting to see.
Okay.
It's okay.
Hit me up.
So Motion didn't manage to replicate his 1 miss from yesterday, but someone who did manage to replicate their performance from yesterday was QWHJ. Yesterday, his best performance was 915 combo, 974k. In the match today, he got 914 combo, 975k points. That is
Talk
like
about consistency.
as beautiful consistency as you could ever hope to see from a player. And
Yeah,
that is
incredible.
exactly what China were hoping not to see. That performance from South Korea yesterday was a one-off because they were winning and they were comfortable and they weren't under any pressure. But South Korea performing on anything China can throw at them here, and China looked like they're going to go to a bracket reset almost certainly. But as we said, if it goes to a bracket reset, South Korea look like they'll have the advantage. China have struggled to really bolster down like multiple picks in a row where they can secure a victory. And South Korea look like they're going to close this one out on whiteout by Kaneko Chiharu if they can score this final point.
Yeah, Kalyanet is already not feeling this map, and this is definitely a map that favors South Korea in my opinion too. The left-right wiggles, the incredibly stupidly fast left-right is just what South Korea is best at. People like Motion and Rockma can do that amazingly due to Rockma mapping a lot of these kind of maps too. China is going to be the second best team to perform on these kind of maps, but I don't know. I think this is going to be quite a convincing point for South Korea if it really comes down to both teams playing their A game. Maybe China can pull something out of the blue and perform 120%. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Cali are not going to be playing for this map, but already saying, like, let's go round 2. So maybe they're wanting this one to just be over with so they can get the bracket reset, have that kind of 10 or 15 minute break or however long it's going to be, and just refocus, resettle the nerves and think, right, we need a new strategy because this one has not worked out. They tricked us. They trapped us. We're not going to fall for the same mistakes twice. Interesting
enough, China is not using any of the breaks they could use, not really calling for a timeout at all, which could, in this situation, be quite helpful, I do think, personally, but I wonder why they aren't doing it. Maybe they are just content with the X amount of minutes between two matches they might get if South Korea were to take this win. But personally, I would look into doing it. Especially coming up with this kind of a map, wide out.
We're still waiting for a third player to appear on the side of South Korea. We just saw QWHJ dropping in. Spectator was the third member for the Korean roster yesterday, but we're going to maybe see if he's going to be continuing or if they're going to put another member in for this one. But yeah, this is going to be approach rate 9.9, 200 BPM no mod, some super fast snapping for pretty much this entire map. It's going to be a real test of our players' precision and how quickly they can stop and change direction for their capture over and over again. A length of only 2 minutes is not too long, but this is going to be an absolute burst to the finish.
Exactly. Couldn't have worded it better. Yeah, we're waiting for that third player to be slotted in. It's Spectator after all.
It's going to be Spectator reprising his third slot role on Korea from yesterday. He was the weakest member of South Korea yesterday, but still managed 925,000, so certainly not anything to sniff at.
Yeah, mind-crushing numbers there. 925,000 points is the lowest score of your team on a map like this. We're going to get started with perhaps the final map of this first bracket. And then maybe we'll move into another match, South Korea vs China round 2. As South Korea is coming from losers bracket, China still in a leading position in a sort of sense. I believe this map definitely favors South Korea, but we don't know. We might see some crazy plays from Nagi as well, who's definitely improved on this kind of style of map greatly in the past few weeks. And Crystal and Dusty, behemoths we all come to expect and know. No misses so far.
Yeah, everyone reaching 200 combo without too much difficulty, but QWHJ is going to be the first to drop on that little
Nagi also dropped. So it's going to trade out, level out, so they're going to trade each other here.
I think both of them were missing after 200 combo, so that alone is not going to be a difference. But does have a huge number of misses there, both of them hitting towards failing. QWHJ missed as well, but that is going to be a huge dent in China's score.
That was close to the entire team fail. They should be thanking Crystal after that one. The score difference isn't even that big yet with QWH coming in with another miss. These combo advantage are going to be in the hands of China for the time being. Dusk struggling there, missing a few notes once again. South Korea now running away with the score for the time being. Some invert jumps moving into streams. Everybody catching those.
We had a little bit of issue with QWHJ's client there. Hopefully he is still... There we go, reconnected, no problem. We have seen some misses, but it's nothing too problematic. Dusk is going to find another drop. Spectator drops as well, and China have the advantage now.
Yeah, we kind of missed out on that because of the client issues we just had, but now China back in the leading position indeed. 2 misses on the end of South Korea. We're only traded by Dusk once here. Crystal with the double S still. Is he going to hold on to it? Motion coming in with another miss. Together with QWH, and now China is finally able to capitalize on this stuff. QWH struggling. Crystal's going to find a miss, but it trades off.
As long as China can stay alive here, they've probably secured this and saved the match for now. QWHJ has been missing fairly regularly in this one. Maybe it's just a little bit too fast. Spectator's gone down. Motion may have failed there.
Motion looking like a fail indeed. And never mind, it's not a fail. It's not a fail. Nobody failed in the end, but he failed right before the ending there. But China is indeed going to take that point by about 107,000 points. With Crystal's 2 misplay on this map. Everybody look at that. 980,000 points there. Incredible score. QWH actually struggling quite a lot there on 2 points. Not entirely sure if that is just him playing bad or whether that's some kind of client-like issues he had. I don't entirely know for sure. Dusk with a A, but still 900k score. Very impressively. Spectator doing better than yesterday. Motion also around 900, and let's see how much score he actually had. 952,000. Yeah.
Yeah, so Motion did not fail. The client just didn't pick up his revival quite in time, but it wouldn't have mattered. I think China had that one won anyway. So yeah, unfortunate. QWHJ was the difference maker there. He really did not perform at the level what we saw from him yesterday. Really struggling to maintain any kind of combo, and that is going to be a break point for China. South Korea is still on 3 match points right now, so it's definitely still in their advantage. But the ball is back in China's court. They have a second wind here.
What shall they pick? Out of maps by now already. So again, we're going to see a Nomod. Praetorium. Bygone by time difficulty. Quite an interesting map this. Has some interesting pattern changes every so often. One of the least wiggly maps from the Nomod pool. Interestingly enough, China not really opting for Hard Rock this time around. Not really trying to beat South Korea at that. They're going to try and play it safe with Nomod. Maybe see how well South Korea plays on these kind of maps. To pick up a little bit of intel. Because they might just move into a bracket reset match. Alrighty, they're quick to ready up this time. Again, no roster swaps from what I can see. Only spectators swapping out for Rockma here.
China have maybe rediscovered a strategy they can implement here, because this was the US's first pick against South Korea in their losers bracket final match yesterday, and QWHJ actually failed with 27 misses at the very end of this pick. So maybe they're thinking that, hey, the guy's just had a bad time on the previous pick. He's going to be feeling nervous. Let's put him back in on something that we know he has failed like just yesterday, and maybe he's going to struggle again. So this could be a very sensible target from China to secure another point.
That is a
it's
very
not going to go all the way
that.
to kind of recovering this match, but if they can win 2 in a row, maybe South Korea start to get nervous.
Okay, and here we have the first few misses from Nagi and Rockma as we move into the more intense part of the map. You're quite right there. That is an interesting point you brought up. Especially due to QWH's performance on the previous map. So far, he's looking very solid, though.
Yeah, he did manage a good kind of 500 combo and then really started to fall apart towards the end. So, Nagi with a few misses there as well, but Motion, as you said, dropping as well. So South Korea is still holding a very small advantage in terms of combo and score, but it's only 13,000 at this stage.
Yeah, it's nothing to worry about yet for China. Ooh, great performance, however, for so many people. QWH is now actually the only one in the lobby with a double S. There's some FCs as well. Very slight score difference here. Again, we're back in the same spot where a single miss will make or break a team. Nerves are going to be evoked here in the slower part of the map.
Yeah, Motion coming up to that 200 combo now. Nagi almost about to do the same. So that score difference is probably no more than 15,000 as we come to these really snappy sliders. No one overshooting them, everyone handling them nicely. More wiggling, but QWHJ is starting to fall apart now.
And that's going to go back to China because of that. Barely leading here as everybody on the end of China has some very nice combos. Kalyanet and does impressive there, but he's gonna miss together with Motion, Nagi, and Rockma. Only Kalyanet here with a combo left. QWH really struggling there towards the end. Kalyanet with the full combo still though. Incredible. Is he gonna reach 1000 combo? He is. And the map is getting more technical.
Everyone else is going to be just about coming back up to the combo, but Rockma misses. QWHJ misses. Another triple miss. Motion goes down as well. South Korea are falling apart here. Dusk and Nagi are going to drop as well, but Kalyanet stays strong. I think he's had only one droplet miss this whole map. Now he finally drops
now, but that is right before the end of the match. He might have actually failed there. Hold up. Is there any pattern that could make him revive incoming still? Or is that... Hold up. That could be very bad news.
This. Whether there's enough here.
Did he die? Did he survive? What happened to Kalyanet? He seemingly died at the end of the map there. No, not even Kalyanet failed. Hold up. What happened there?
I think he might have just... Did he just revive? Did he just revive?
He did fail at the end. No, he did fail at the end. South Korea is going to take this one. He had the highest score in the lobby, but he failed. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Tragic. I was just about ready to get some Carionet hype going in the chat, but he's just fallen apart right at the end.
Oh, and that's going to lead to a bracket reset here. South Korea is going to take the first game. They're going to force China to play another game here. It's not over yet, people. It is not yet over. We're going to take a 50-minute break for these two teams, and they're going to go back to 0-0. They're going to play another match. Oh, but that final point for China, that hurts a lot.
So yeah, just to kind of summarize, South Korea have won the match, but they are not yet World Cup champions. CWC and obviously all the OS World Cups are double elimination format. South Korea were in the losers bracket. Both these teams have now lost one match to each other. So we'll have a bracket reset and one final time to decide who goes down as the 2020 OSCatch World Cup champion. So yeah, we're going to take a little 15-minute break, and do make sure to go grab yourself a drink, something to eat, stretch your legs, try and embrace how much hype that was and that your life will still continue after we're done. But yeah, we're going to be back very, very soon. Don't go anywhere far. We're going to have the thrilling conclusion to this match between South Korea and China for the World Cup Championship. All the marbles, highest stakes, very, very soon.
So stay tuned. Well then, round 2 is upon us. China versus South Korea. It's gonna happen again. We're gonna see some epic moments again. Not again, however. We figured that JB Hyperion has his birthday today, so everybody wish him a happy birthday. Woo! I got you for that, right?
I'm old. Thank you for telling everybody. Yes, it's that day.
That is
so
unnecessary detail.
yeah. Well, it's just. I mean, I'm looking forward to a great match. It's a good way to celebrate your birthday. I'm in quarantine, so it's not like I could go anywhere or do anything. So nice to be enjoying some excellent fruit catching action with all of you guys in Twitch chat, and of course, you, Sartan.
Oh, thank you.
My
so
dear
much.
friend.
Yeah, my
who
dearest
tells everyone
friend.
how old I am in front of the
I have
whole
not
world.
mentioned your age at all. Not at all. 22, right?
Plus a few.
Plus a few. Give or take. So yeah, both teams are still preparing, I assume. And from what we've been told, we're going to see one more warm-up coming from South Korea as we move into the match. So we're going to have to wait until we get to the actual pointsy part of it. But that is all cool. They can drag this match out for as long as they want to. This is entertainment to the max.
Yeah, so both of these teams have beaten each other once and lost to each other once now. China winning 7-6 in the winners bracket final. South Korea winning 7-3 just a little while ago. Or 7-2 actually. Oh my god, I've forgotten already. My brain! It stopped working! It's still very early here. I need to just reset. Like, these guys have had a reset. I need a reset. Oh my goodness.
Hey, we got that same break. What are you on about?
I had to just eat breakfast at the speed of light, and it hasn't quite reached my brain and fueled my mental processes yet.
Okay, fair enough. Alrighty, so we've got a very unique map for you people here. CWC inspired, definitely.
Yeah, we saw this one last week, I think. An excellent mashup of excellent memes from years and tournaments gone by.
Very nostalgic indeed.
We've even got some Shui Mao Xiao in there as well from this year's World Cup.
Got it all.
Some Kara
Got
Kara
everything.
sacks.
Yeah, get yourself a bit of a throwback here, everybody. So, round 2 of South Korea versus China. Have your expectations shifted by now, JBH, as in who's going to win this match?
I mean, our expectations, at least mine, I think yours were the same, were that if South Korea won and forced a bracket reset, then it was definitely in their advantage. They have the momentum, they have the kind of additional knowledge of what things China are strong at and what things China are weak at. So I definitely think that the ball is in their court to stamp their authority on the game. China will have learned a lot from the previous match. I don't think it's going to be enough to secure them a victory, though. I think South Korea are definitely in the ascendancy here, and will go on to secure another 7 points.
Gotcha. I agree with that. I do believe that indeed South Korea is definitely looking like the stronger team. Not by a lot, but the stronger team nonetheless. We had an unfortunate fail at the very last map of the previous match, which led to South Korea taking a 7-3. But that could have gone either way still. If Kalyanet did not fail, he actually had the highest score in the entire lobby. China would have taken that win, so yeah.
Yeah, you can't dwell too much on the past, especially when it's kind of heartbreaking like that. This is a new match, new score. We're starting again from 0-0. Again, it's best of 13, so first to 7. And yeah, this time South Korea are the red side on the left, China are the blue side on the right of your screen.
Impressive wiggling here from a few players. 2/3 into the warm-up. Bit of everything here.
Every time I listen to this, I pick out like another song or 2 songs from the pool that I didn't notice before. We got Ucha from the DT pool in the background there as well, which I didn't notice until now. It's one of the K-pop.
Such a crazy remix this. Quite well made, though, honestly speaking. Quite well mixed indeed.
Yeah, I like it. Rockma, rank when?
Yeah, you've heard it. Now we look at you, JBH.
Wait for the end. Ooh.
Oh.
The ninja
that
spin
scared
at
me.
the end.
A little out of breath now. Very impressive score there for Motion with an A.
Yeah, Dusk
Anybody
likes
else?
the map so much he's still playing it.
He just went back, did it again. So, seemingly, China is going to skip their opportunity to pick a warm-up. They just want to get into the match right now. Sorry, Sada, I got no S-Flute warm-ups this year.
They're fantastic.
He knows I'm a fan. Maybe next year. It's fine, dude. Just play your match to the best you can. That's what we're here for. Do miss him a little bit, but can't be too biased here.
It's not about what we want.
We want a lot from you guys, but you guys are already providing exactly that to us in the form
Dusk
of
with a
an
much
amazing
better
match.
roll this time around though. 78. Solid start.
Might actually win for a change.
Dusk winning a roll is unheard of.
Imagine Motion now rolling 79.
We haven't seen a tied roll in a while. We've seen 2 or 3 this tournament, but
That is so unlikely to happen, actually.
also, yeah, we've damned the 33 tie roll. It's going to be a 60 for Motion, so Dusk wins the roll. We get a reversal this time around. South Korea will have to ban first, and China will ban second and then pick first.
This might actually be quite significant because I did have a feeling like those first 2 points South Korea scored against China in the previous match actually proved very useful to them in a form of momentum. China only kind of picked up their game at Korea's 5th-ish point, right? When they started getting some nice scores, or even nicer scores, I should be saying. So this might actually be pretty big for China.
So a fairly sensible ban. South Korea once again taking Hidden 3 off the table, which they really didn't like in their match against the US. Be interesting to see if China adapt their ban based on how they performed in the recent match, or whether they still ban Hidden 1 because they just don't want to deal with that map.
They lost on the previous hidden pick in the match with South Korea, so I actually do not expect them to change their ban per se. Maybe if they're gonna go right out of the gate with that map, but we shall wait and see. Could also be a tactic, yeah. Just ban something else, maybe a double time or so. No, never mind. They're gonna ban it after all.
Yeah. Aside from the last map, which obviously was due to Kalionet's fail, Panopticon was the only map in the previous match that the score difference was more than 100,000. So there was nothing really there that they felt we're really not good at this map and we don't want to play it. So yeah, I agree. It makes sense to keep the Shining Needle ban.
Very sensible indeed.
First picks will heavily likely change though, especially now that China have their first pick potential. They definitely won't be first picking humanly, I believe, though. They're not going to fall into that trap once again.
Got a good taste of ice kicking on that map, so definitely wise for them to opt for something else this time around. But what will they do? You haven't
Well,
seen a
their
lot of
first
hard
victory-
play.
Their first victory was at 3-0 down on Kitsune no Yomeiri from the No Mod pool, so maybe they'll start with that, but that doesn't feel like the kind of map that you really want to open with. It's not very comfortable in any way, shape, or form. But
Well-
it is what they're going for. Holy moly! Shut my mouth. This
Zip
is
it up.
very interesting.
Alrighty, but I was actually about to agree with you there. Because this is definitely not a very comfortable opener map by any means, so it's a map they won on. Maybe they just hope that South Korea is going to feel even less comfortable on that map. Yeah,
I mean, the score
seemingly-
difference was only 27,000, and Dusk did kind of heavily underperform on this. Kalionet and Crystal did most of the heavy lifting for China. So I like this move from China. This is aggressive. It's like something that they've won on, that they feel comfortable with, that they know South Korea don't like. It's risky in a sense that it's a very difficult map that can go either way. Like, you can play this map and get 900k, and then you can play it again an hour later and get 700k and have no idea why you're playing so much better or worse. So it's risky, but I like it. It's showing positive intent, which is exactly what China need to set off on a positive foot.
Let's see if it pays off as we move into the final match of this year. South Korea versus China. V3. The third encounter in this tournament. It's going to decide everything.
No more bracket resets now. This is the real deal. Winner takes all to become the 2020 Oscatch World Cup champion.
Let's see. Good start for all players. Very good start even.
Yeah, these triangle patterns are pretty punishing in terms of their distance, but everyone managing to just about reach 200 combo with no difficulties.
No in the shooting so far. Impressive. Impressive. This looks staged. First miss there for Kalyanet, however, is going to give the early lead to South Korea. There were a lot more misses on the previous time they played this map.
Yeah, on the previous pick, both teams started off very kind of shakily, and then towards the end they got stronger and stronger and the combos got bigger. So although South Korea have the advantage here, there's still plenty of opportunity in really difficult patterns. Yeah, there's the double miss from Korea that gives China the advantage, and it's almost perfectly placed. Kalyanet just hitting 200 combo right now. There's 4 misses, 2 from both sides, but South Korea are going to stay slightly behind because Kalyanet was at 200 combo.
Halfway through the map, it's very close indeed. Motion, the only one left with combo here. Dusk is gonna miss again though, and that's gonna give it back to South Korea probably for the time being. The combo advance only very slightly in their hands, but oh, the score difference is so small as well. And as you can see, the bar is slowly working its way towards the red. Dusk now at 130 combo.
They're missing almost immediately as soon as they get the advantage. Dusk is about to hit 200 combo himself, so China can start building a lead here.
It's still very clutch, and now they know it's, again, only 24,000 points of difference. They now know the combos on the end of South Korea. They know they're in the leading seat, but everything really depends on this part.
This spacing is so brutal. It all matters. Is anyone going to drop? Can anyone hold on? Motion is still holding on to that full combo.
Still make a break here. It all depends on the incoming next miss, if there's any to be had at all. This is crazy consistency for all players. Are they just gonna run away? Dusk is gonna miss right at the end, but it's not enough for South Korea to capitalize on. Wow! These combos.
A full combo from Motion on a map that is now, I think, 6 or maybe 7 years old. In a World Cup final. In the first pick. That is an absolutely ridiculous play by
South
Motion.
Korea could not have played better there. This was just, they did everything they could. That is such an incredible performance from all players. Spectator being the lowest score with only 900,000 and only 6 misses. So it's that crazy, people. That was a very clutch point for China. And South Korea is going to move back into Hard Rock.
Yeah, so China will be feeling maybe a little bit nervous that was a bit closer than they hoped, but it was still a win, and it doesn't matter how you get the point. They've scored there, they're on the board, they have the lead for the first time in this kind of two-match series. South Korea are going to be picking next, and again, they are going to opt for the same first pick, Embraced by the Flame, which they won by 102,000 points. This was the second largest margin of victory. Motion scoring just 6 misses on their previous encounter. Nagi really struggled with this pick in the opening of the previous match, only maxing at 468 combo. So hoping that he can feel a little bit more confident now and make up the difference between the two teams slightly.
It's quite different, this map, compared to the last map we played there. This is current meta versus very old mapping from Minky. It's quite the transition indeed, and the team seem to be keeping the players they had in the previous map, except for Nagi. And QWH is actually going to hop in for Rockma here too. Nagi with the early first miss. That's it for now. He's back at 200 combo now. Feels like the teams are performing even better than in the last match, which is a crazy thought because we did not believe it could get any better than this. Looking like it. There's so little to cast about here. There's nothing happening because
there really
all
is
the players
nothing. Nagi just 100 combo below from that early miss, but everyone else still missed. Spectator sees the first drop on the side of Team Korea, though.
Very
just
unfortunate drop too.
Under dashing one of those kind of long timeline gaps.
You got a little complacent there, maybe. The lead is going to go back to China now due to Nagi's miss being so early. But we saw so many more misses during this time on the previous run of this map, so despite us being pretty silent so far, they're just playing brilliantly. That's what's happening.
Maybe because in the previous match, obviously this was the very first pick because South Korea ended up winning the roll. And everyone was just a little bit more nervous than they are now. Everyone maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable. That lead is so tiny right now. It can't be more than a couple thousand points at most. Nagi now at 1000 combo, everyone else just 100 ahead. Spectators recovered really nicely, but Motion's going to see a drop. He has the combo reset, which gives China just a little bit more breathing room as we come towards the halfway point.
Barely any breathing room, however.
Only a little bit.
Just the tiny vent has been open, but that's it. Crystal's going to miss 2, however, so that's going to trade. And now we're back to tied scores. Nagi and Crystal both missing out. First time South Korea is going to take the lead in this map. Nagi struggling a little bit on that part. It's all about consistency this. Dusk, and I wanted to mention QWH, but he's going to miss an entire slider there.
Yeah, getting very close to failing almost, but plenty of chance to recover, and he does so. But Motion is going to drop again. This could give the score advantage back, because Crystal is at 200 combo now.
Yeah.
Nagi is very close.
Going back to China indeed. Crystal dropping at a very unfortunate part, but so does QWH. Is all traded out again. Crystal's gonna miss again. And so does Nagi, missing an entire stream. Oh, that's unfortunate. China's chance is gone.
Spectator's gonna drop on the side of Korea though.
Never mind.
Drops again.
Oh, the shifts are happening so suddenly and so quickly over here. Crystal and Nagi now leading in combo again over Spectator QWH. Is it enough to bring back the score, however? They need 21,000 points right at the ending part of the map. So more streams here. Spectator missing again. Seemingly China might take it from here. China now back in the driver's seat.
Dusk.
Now they need to hold on.
This is a memory of years gone past. Dusk has just put the whole China team
Crystal
on right now. But Crystal's gonna drop.
South Korea back. Nagi dropping as well. They're going to need multiple misses from South Korea, but China's going to drop the entire team. And South Korea is now quickly grabbing score and leading. The red bar is filling up. Spectator motion, however, missing simultaneously.
There's still chance.
And that actually provides leeway. Dusk, however, missing, and that's going to slow down progress once again. They're going to need one more miss for South Korea to bring this back to their victory. Nagi's going to miss out of though, together with QWH, but it looks like he failed or so. What happened here?
We're going to have to wait and see if QWHJ actually revived there, but if that's a fail, that is a huge breakpoint for China. We're reading it as 1-1, so we do believe QWHJ did revive at this point.
He revived. Goodness gracious, that was so scary to view, but my god, the performance on this map by
not
these
just
players.
The performance, but the step up from the previous match is so insane. Dusk with the 2200 combo, that's ridiculous. Yeah, we are reading QWHJ's score was 1,044,000, so very impressive performance. He managed to revive just in the nick of time, and that is a point for South Korea, so we're tied at 1 game apiece.
South Korea still taking their win on their own pick, but wow, was it close again. 31,000 points of difference, or 32 really. Oh,
Yeah,
it's looking
much
like both
closer
teams
than in
are
the
now
previous
fully
match.
warmed up after that first match. They're now playing at 120% of their performance. This is the max they can do. And
So
nobody else can do that.
From this point on, China elected to go with some hidden options, and South Korea pretty much just picked out the whole double time pool. And that wasn't a good idea for China, so it'll be interesting to see where they go next. Do they go for whiteout, which was their third point?
Not entirely sure. That went surprisingly well for China in the previous match, but it was not a map they were looking forward to playing at all. Kallinet even mentioned that that would be their loss. For some reason they won. They are gonna pick it, however. They don't care about our opinions. They have their own story written out for them. They're gonna go no more one whites out. Again, a pick they were like not looking forward to in the previous match versus South Korea. They actually picked it. Now China is gonna pick it instead. After figuring out South Korea might not be as strong as they expected them to be. But still, it's a dangerous pick in my opinion.
QWHJ really did not have a good time on this pick when it was played last time. He had 73 misses. It'll be interesting to see if he makes a reappearance. I don't think he is. The players are readying up. And it looks like Rockmer is going to be stepping in place of QWHJ. I think China maybe targeted this pick at South Korea having another kind of struggle with one of their players. But if Rockmer is stepping in and he can feel he can comfortably play this, this could be difficult for China. But it's very interesting
Correct.
also that this was the only other map of the maps that we've got left where the score difference was over 100,000. So the rest of the map could be very, very close map after map.
Nagi with the early first miss, not snapping in time.
Yeah, missing that long vertical slider on the right-hand side.
Crystal's gonna follow it up. Early leader for South Korea. Not the longest of maps, there's still plenty of room left for mistakes. Spectator's gonna prove to be the first to drop for South Korea, gonna trade it with Nagi. Ooh, Nagi actually struggling now, missing again. Rockma's gonna follow it up. Crystal back at 2 in the combo, however. And now Spectator's gonna drop again, so we have China in the driver's seat. Rockma struggling. So probably gonna swap the score in favor of China. The Bard's
China
working
have
his
the
way towards the
combo.
blue side.
China definitely have the combo advantage right here with Dusk and Motion still tying on that double S. Nagi now above 200 combo. Rockman's going to drop
double
again
miss.
before he can reach it. Dusk is
But
going to
Dusk
drop
and
too as
Motion
well.
are gonna trade as well. Oh, it's so ever so close. The combos are exactly the same. Well, Dusk is slightly leading over Motion, but it's not gonna prove enough yet. Nobody is missing 2/3 in. Score difference of only 10,000 points at the moment. Spectator's gonna miss. China's gonna take it out, and Dusk is gonna trade it. Crystal's gonna miss as well. Combo advance back to South Korea. Score back to South Korea.
1/3
Gonna
of the
be able
map
to
still
rest a
play.
little bit. Everybody hitting those inverted jumps. It's gonna come down to the wire once again.
Dusk and Crystal just about to get back to 200 combo, but Crystal trades a miss with Motion. The score difference is going to stay at around about 40,000. Crystal's going to miss again. That's going to extend it even further. This could be a break point for South Korea.
It's looking like it so far. China's gonna need at least 2 misses here for South Korea. But so far, it's only Crystal missing on this part. And everybody caught that stream. Nagi also back at 1,000 combo, but it's not gonna go in favor of China. South Korea coming in hot with a break point of their own on Whiteout, their initial pick in the first match. But the scores have once again improved greatly across the board. Crystal was struggling with getting high combos over there a little bit. Didn't underperform by any means, though. And oh my goodness.
Yeah, the subbing
China.
in of Rockma there for QWHJ was a really good tactic. QWHJ obviously just not feeling that comfortable with the fast speedy pick that late in the match. Rockma, no stranger to speed of all shapes and sizes. He puts in a very impressive performance with the 9 miss to gift South Korea the break point. So that's one of only 3 points that China took in the previous map. They've won 1 and now lost 1, so China have only 1 pick left to them. that they won from the previous match. That was, of course, Purple Passion. That must be a huge confidence boost to South Korea.
Especially after China got the initial advantage with the roll going in their favor, and then winning their first point. Now it's back to South Korea. However, we're gonna see Blessing Snow once more. AR 10.5. This is a ridiculously fast map. One of the first times we are seeing anything over AR 9 double time in a World Cup. AR 9.2. This is.
So South Korea look like they're going to continue their strategy that did well for them in the first match. Just pick double time and outspeed China. We had Rockma with the full combo performance on this in the previous match that really did good. Dusk actually full combo this as well with insane accuracy. And Crystal got the one miss, but it was South Korea that came out on top. Kalyanet unfortunately had a little more misses than the rest of his team. So let's hope that he has stepped up his game and can keep China in with the mix.
Yeah, there's a good chance this is going to be a lot harder for South Korea than the first time in taking a point. I do have a feeling Kalyanet is finally getting warmed up and ready to take them on with double time. We shall wait and see.
Motion coming back in just as we would expect. Looking like we're going to have an unchanged set of teams from the previous match. This one's only about 1.5 minutes in length, so it's going to be over quickly. But it's going to be so fast. It'll go by in an epic blur, so try not to blink.
GL. Everybody say GL as we move into the fourth map of this game. Is China going to follow the script and take a breakpoint as well? Or will South Korea come on top? Give themselves a bit of a lead. Bit of a confidence booster. We shall see on this ridiculously fast map. Blessing Snow. We are getting started. Here we go. Hidden being picked by Rockma as per usual. Motion here with an early miss. Pretty uncharacteristic. QWH, Dusk and Kalyanet following it up, so the score is pretty equal. Crystal, however, is also going to miss. Rockma now the only one left with high combo.
It is that man once again, Rockma, standing tall with the 250 combo as he continues to build. Motion is almost back up at 200 combo now as well. The score difference is about 50,000 in favor of South Korea and growing.
No misses here. Oh, this is so impressive to see. Nobody is missing these patterns.
Everyone
it's
managing
crazy.
to build back up to that 200 combo mark nicely as we approach halfway.
Kalyanet performing a lot better than he did in the first match. Crystal's going to be the next to miss, however, so South Korea's lead is going to grow ever so much more. We're going to need a few misses here from South Korea in order to catch up again China. And they're going to have to happen soon because we're at the last sixth of the map here.
Yeah, only about 110 combo to go.
After the initial hiccup of Motion and QWH, they just kind of see the map. Rockma's probably going to opt to do the exact same. He's going to try and do it. And he's pulling it off. Kalyanet only missing right at the end. There was so little misses across the board. Single miss here for Dusk as well. Only 2 misses on the entire team of South Korea. What?
Can we just appreciate the fact that Rockma has FC'd this map back to back now?
There's so much to appreciate about these players.
This map in both matches. That is an insane team performance from South Korea.
That is absolutely stunning. Wow. Kalyanet with the worst performance with 6 entire misses. Unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah, Dusk and Crystal had 1 and 2 misses between each of them. And that's on the losing team. Oh, the skill level in this match is insanely high.
Hard to comprehend how good these players are, but this goes to show how well they stand above the rest of the competition. China losing a pick like that, with their combos and their miscounts, it's unbelievable. They're gonna be able to pick next. South Korea now leading 2 points over China.
Yeah, this is a pretty similar situation to the previous match, except in the last one, South Korea took the 3 points before China started to make the comeback. The only other map that China won in the previous match was Purple Passion, which we may see come out of them next. I don't think South Korea will pick that again after seeing how confident China were on the Convert double time.
True.
Which begs the question, what do they go for? Do they pick something where they lost narrowly and hope that they just do better this time? Or do they pick something that was left unselected in the previous match?
I don't know. I have a feeling they might actually opt for... Yeah, there you go. Praetorium. That's what I thought. Despite the fail from Kalyanet in the previous match, they still had a lead on South Korea. Quite a big lead, even.
Yeah, had Kalyanet not failed, they would have won by 125,000, so it would have been one of the biggest margins of victory in the match.
So I do have a feeling that all they just need to do is not fail this time.
That man Kalinet's got to be thinking, please God, not again.
Well, it depends. He had 1100 plus combo, this man, so he's not feeling uncomfortable. It's just that one pattern that really caught him off guard. He's just gonna have to focus on that.
But at the same time, if you're playing a map and then thinking like the ending is coming, ending is coming, you're not focusing on the map at its current state, and you're more likely to miss because you're piling so much pressure on yourself.
We'll see if that happens. Could be, but I have a feeling that Kalyanet has been in this spot a few times already, and he knows he shouldn't be too disheartened by his previous fail on the map. It's still a pretty sensible pick, this, for China. I wonder if South Korea is going to perform better than they did in the previous match, too. This is still a map that they should be really good on, South Korea.
Yeah, they didn't manage to get over 900k in the previous match, although Motion got 975,000 in the match against US. So they definitely underperformed in the previous map, as we see an early miss from QWHJ giving China the early advantage.
Quite a significant miss, actually, this, because this is the more free combo-ish part of the map before it really starts to ramp up in difficulty. As we go into the first drop, everybody hitting the left right except for QWH, and Nagi now also dropping after those. Nagi struggling.
Yeah, Nagi missing right at the end of the difficult pattern. Very unfortunate to hit the difficult wiggle and then miss on the more kind of flowing section
also
afterwards.
miss. South Korea's going to take a lead. Solid performance from everybody else, though.
QWHJ now back up at 200 combo. Nagi about to do the same. Dusk a little further behind. About 15,000 points the score difference right now. It's actually grown a little bit. It's more like 25,000 now.
Not a lot still. A single miss on the end of South Korea will probably give the lead back to China. There's so many things you can miss on this map. Bit of a calm section here for all of you. Breathe in, breathe out. Incredible performance from Kalyanet, Rockma, and Motion so far. All I've seen in the map. And nothing to sneeze at from Dusk and Nagi either. QWH also recovered really nicely. Is everybody gonna catch these snaps? Still very tricky, and it seems everybody does so. Rockma but now breaking for the first time. Dusk is gonna follow him up, so the score difference is not gonna change too much.
Kalyanet still holding that double S. Can he continue this time?
More misses incoming from all players except for Kalyanet and Motion. Again, proving to be two of the strongest players here. Both still holding on to double S even. Rockman had a few misses after that too, so the combo advantage is slightly in the hands of China, but only slightly. Kalyanet now breaking, and Motion is the only one left. Last man standing over there. Rockman's gonna miss a few extra times, but so do Kalyanet and Nagi. Combo advantage back to South Korea. Now Motion is gonna drop two, however. Dusk, however, doesn't hold on to two in the combo either. So South Korea's looking to run away with it at the moment.
There's still so much fail potential here, though. It could still go either way.
Wasn't that it, though? I think that's it.
That's probably the end. Yep. It looks like
Nobody
South Korea
seems
are
to
going to take
fail.
this one.
Oh, that is unfortunate for China. Now South Korea is in a very good position. Incredible play, though, from all of these players once again. Kalyanet did what he needed to do. He got an amazing score there of 940,000 points. Dusk and Nagi just underperforming relative to the other players.
Yeah, Nagi actually performed slightly better, at least in terms of score, than his previous match. But Dusk really didn't have such a good time that time around. He just kind of struggled to maintain a large combo for any great length of time. But Motion really turned the dial up that time around, getting 6 misses this time compared to his 19 misses in the previous match.
Kalyanet saying miss earlier to avoid mind block.
That's the strat.
It worked out, but sadly not for the entire team.
Yeah, not enough. I gotta imagine South Korea will probably go for the remaining double time here, or at least DT1 for sure.
Seems very sensible to me indeed. China is in a rough spot right now with South Korea leading 3 points over them, 4-1. They're really gonna have to pick up their game from this point onward. Can they even? Is there a way to perform even better than they are right now? I genuinely doubt so.
China waiting to find out what South Korea's next pick is going to be. They're taking their time. South Korea know that although they have a good advantage, they can't rush into things now.
Exactly as they should. Take it easy. You're still playing China. That has not changed.
Now it becomes difficult because although South Korea managed to fairly comfortably win on scoreline overall, the remaining maps all had a very, very narrow margin of victory between kind of 20 and 50,000. They are going to go with DT1.
So DT1 indeed, as you predicted. Finally, they started listening to us.
It's almost like we have some idea what we're talking about.
Would you think so, yeah?
I mean, I like to trick people into thinking I know what I'm talking about.
Fair game.
They say that the first 3 letters of confidence are con, and if you can con other people into thinking you know what you're talking about, then that's good. There's
That's
a little
the spirit,
life
yeah.
advice for everyone. It works in interviews, trust me.
Yeah, you've got plenty of life experience, don't you, birthday boy?
There he is, giving me
I
the
did
old
it.
jokes.
I did it.
Shut up, kid.
You were
Anyway, we're going to
looking for
be
that
getting
one.
underway with game number 6. Just loading everyone in, syncing them up.
What kind of margin of score difference can we expect this time around? I really do wonder. Rockma missing. First miss of the map.
Yeah, QWHJ dropped early as well, so now it's a triple miss from Team South Korea. Still 3-4 combos coming out of Team China. Very good start for them as they hit 200 combo, building a
Well
very
spotted by you.
comfortable lead.
Oh, never mind us. Here's a full team miss for China as well. So the combo advantage back in the hands of South Korea. They might be able to pull back the lead.
Yeah, we saw a single miss from QWHJ there, though. Kalyanet going to miss again. I think South Korea are definitely going to take the lead now with those multiple misses from Kalyanet.
Yeah,
Ooh, that
QWH
miss
is
from
also gonna miss,
QWH. It's so close. QWH just missing at the perfect time to keep China in the lead.
China's
Dusk
gonna
and
take it back.
Dusk and Crystal both at 200 combo. Rockma's going to miss now as well. That allows China to extend their advantage a bit further.
Yeah, Rockma missing twice there indeed. So now China is going to take back the lead of about 50,000 points, but it's growing quite rapidly actually. Crystal's going to undershoot there. So the combo advantage back in the hands of South Korea. As you can see, the bar is working its way towards the red. Nobody missing here. Coming into a new Ki. Kalyanet is going to miss 2. South Korea is looking to grab this one.
Is that one miss going to be enough, though? The score difference is shrinking, but I'm not sure they're going to manage it. There's still about 10,000 points of difference. We're only halfway
Now they
through
will
that, though.
manage, however. With Crystal's miss, incoming South Korea now taking back the lead. 2/3 into the map. So ridiculously close again. However, Motion still holding on to full combo, I'm pretty sure. Calumet missing again. Crystal missing again as well. South Korea now in the driver's seat. 50,000 score advantage for them. They all are over 200 combos while Calumet seems to be struggling. Just can't pull all this weight by himself. As South Korea seems to have stabilized. And now the score difference is really becoming apparent as Calumet is not yet a 200 combo. And nobody in the end of South Korea is actually missing.
Yeah, there's some huge combos coming out of South Korea now. QWHJ is going to drop, but that alone is not going to be enough. Motion at 1300 combo with just that single miss at the beginning. Rockman's going to go down, but it's traded by Calumet. Dusk and Crystal are building combo back up, but there's nowhere near enough. Crystal going to drop now as we come into the closing stages.
Just not quite quick enough on this map. Seemingly Dusk also only has 300 combo. He missed a bit earlier. And it's looking as South Korea, for the first time in this match, is going to take an extremely confident win. Motion, however, with another full combo. This man is unstoppable at this point. And that's going to secure a 5th point. Oh, no, not an FC. It's a 1 miss.
He won missed in like the first 50 combo, I think.
I consider it an FC. I consider it an FC. Good
Low
enough,
accuracy
anyway.
FC.
Dusk coming in with 2 misses of his own as well. Calumet, however, struggling, especially towards the end of the map. Maybe his finger's getting a little bit tired. Not entirely sure what happened there, but this is a very nasty spot for China to be in. They're going to need to grab another 6 points on South Korea. South Korea only needs 2.
Yeah, Rockma saying he's peaking at the perfect time. His best scores have come in this map and the previous match. Hard news for China to take, but all they can do is keep trying to push forward and secure some points. South Korea still need 2 more to be crowned 2020 World Cup champions.
Unbelievable. These plays might have played. I can't. It's just weird to see. Of course, we expect a ton from China and South Korea. They're the most amazing teams around. But today, specifically, they just seem to have pulled all the stops. And this is definitely the best they've ever performed in any tournament. For all of these players.
It'll be interesting to see if China pick Purple Passion DT3 here, because that was something that they won fairly handily on in their previous match. However, it did come immediately after Kitsune no Yomeri, which is obviously a totally different map. So maybe they don't feel that going from DT to DT is a good idea. And they're going to go with Hard Rock 3 this time. So we do see a little bit of a mix-up, a little bit of a change in the order. This is appearing for the first time in this match. It was picked by South Korea against the United States, where Spectator and Motion both got over 1 million points, and QWHJ just a little further behind with the 12 misses.
Motion and Spectator are indeed staying in the lobby here. Crystal's gonna get in. It's Sumi gonna play for South Korea.
Sumi making his first appearance in the match.
Very interesting.
So maybe they're just feeling that QWHJ is not wanting to be a part of this one, and he's like, nah, I didn't do well on that one the last time. I think that someone else can do better at it, so let them have a crack at it. We also see Kagamine Rin coming in for China. Wow.
So we're going to see
All
a bit
the
of a different roster from both teams now. Interesting to see Tsumi play here. I really did not expect that at all. I wonder how he will play on this kind of stage. Kagamine is more used to it. He's been one of the main players for China for many, many, many years. First time he's appearing in this match, though. So we are going to be in for a surprise, I do believe, JBH.
Yeah, without being unkind, Sumi and Kagamine would probably not normally be expected to play map pools quite this difficult. They are still both excellent players in their own right. I think Kagamine is probably a slightly higher skill ceiling than Sumi. But I think Sumi's advantage here is that he will be very proficient with this circle size because he's a very good hard rock combat player.
That is correct. This really is his forte. Kagamine, I think the same can be said about him doing these kind of maps. Sumi had an early miss, but it's not going to matter as Dusk and Kagamine are going to find 2 misses. Very soothing music. A bit different from what we've heard so far. Sumi coming in with a... Oh, dropping his entire health bar there.
Yeah, huge number of drops on that little stair pattern there. He's going to recover, but that is going to be enough. Oh, no, it's not. Kagamine and Crystal both missed there. I was going to say that's enough to give... Oh, there's a triple miss!
Let's take that back.
Two misses from South Korea, and Sumi does not have a 200 combo. China aren't exactly in the best place to capitalize, though, because Crystal doesn't have a 200 combo, and Kagamine Rin misses a second time.
Yeah,
Dusk on the 400 combo now, but Sumi missing again may give them an advantage.
Ooh, but not really, because Kagamine is going to miss once more. This is very unfortunate. Dusk is trying to do everything in his power to take this point, but it's not working out so far. 2 misses here again for Sumi and Crystal. They are constantly trading. Spectator, this is the miss that China needs at the moment. They need to hold on to their combo. Only way for them to grab the point, because the map is almost over. More misses to be seen for both Motion. Spectator, Sumi, Crystal, and Kagamine, and Dusk! Dusk! Everything is on the shoulders of Dusk! Everything depends on Dusk here.
It comes down to this so often. Crystal's going to miss again. Sumi trades Motion, misses once again, though.
Yeah, but Motion and Sumi miss, and only one of the Chinese players missed there. And as you can see, the skull bar is now loading on the end of China rapidly. No combos at 200 for South Korea. And Dusk is finally showing why he might be the best tournament performer. The more misses keep coming though. Motion and Spectator held on to combo. Will it be enough? Probably not. China taking it.
Yeah, we see the triple miss from China at the end there, but that man, Dusk, reliving his glorious days of totally dominating opponents in both single player and team tournaments. Fantastic 2 miss, 99.8% accuracy from him. Exactly what China needed to get another point on the board.
Exactly. Sumi's struggling a little bit throughout the map, so maybe not the best idea to slot him in right at the final moments of this match, but it sadly didn't pay off. As you can see, South Korea is the next team to pick. Good point here for China, though. They really needed this.
Yeah, South Korea has still got a very healthy advantage, but China back on the board once again. They can try and halt South Korea's momentum and score some more points. South Korea would have probably picked DT3 next because they just picked out the whole double time pool, but that went in China's favor fairly comfortably, so they're going to have to look somewhere else. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Panopticon pick Hidden 2 here, just to really force a massive change on China.
Will that work though? Because China did something very similar with this map. I think South Korea anyway is going to opt for a map where Sumi won't be appearing in. I don't think it's a too good idea to keep him in. Not entirely sure if he's too acclimated to this kind of stage. What will they do, however?
They've still got 3 no mods hidden.
I wanted to suggest
They're going to go with
Humanly.
Humanly, actually. So this was China's first pick in the previous match before the bracket reset. It was a targeted pick against South Korea, who banned this in their match against the United States. And then South Korea surprisingly snapped out their trap card and secured a very early break point against China.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest that probably Humanly is the most rational pick here. They won quite comfortably on this one.
Yeah, about 74,000 points the difference. China didn't perform badly on this by any stretch, but their whole team overall underperformed relative to their South Korean counterparts. It'll be interesting to see if that performance from South Korea was a one-off, or if they really have been that good at this pick the whole time, and they were just disguising it with their tactical ban against the US.
So many potential tactics being applied here.
Motion sleeping on the floor.jpg.
Not yet. Not yet, buddy. Come on.
He can't fall asleep. He's still got a team to lead.
Exactly. Let's see. Will they get started soon? Seemingly, they are. Okay. Wishing each other good luck again. And here we go in 5 seconds.
Yeah, the exact same 6 players that performed this pick in the previous match. Going to be going back at it again. China looking to perform much better this time. South Korea got a lot to live up to if they want a repeat performance.
Lots is at stake. Crystal here with the first miss for China. QWH is going to trade that.
A little later miss,
slightly
so yeah, China will have a slight advantage there with QWHJ's miss being made, but Crystal's going to miss once again, giving the lead right back to South Korea as everyone else is about to hit 200 combo. Break time, and players can see the score lead is only about 5,000 points, growing slightly though with QWHJ's combo advantage.
Not too big of a difference yet.
Everyone now back above 200 combos, so that score difference has stabilized as about 15,000.
Yeah, very stable performance, except for Motion and Cute. Oh, never mind me! South Korea breaks! The entirety of South Korea just breaks, and China now having a very comfortable spot. Dusk is gonna miss, but it doesn't really matter at all. They will see this, they will know this.
China know the advantage they have right now. It's about 50,000, and it's only going to grow because no one on South Korea has been able to make it back up to that 200 combo mark yet. There's a long way to go, in fact. QWHJ is only on 50 combo right now, equal with Dusk.
Nagi
still
with
with 600 now, yeah.
Motion missing again, and China is really pulling ahead this time around. This is completely the opposite of what happened in the first match. QWH again missing, and everybody in China holding on.
Well, we could still see things swing, but right now it's a 100,000 point advantage for China with about 1/3 of the map still to go. Plenty of breaks, and you can see regularly the advantage China have is just growing and growing. It's over 100k now.
Thank you. Both still need to work towards 200 combo. So that is going to grow ever so slightly.
Yeah, Motion has only just made it back to 200 now. QWHJ is about to do the same. There he goes. Score difference is about 120,000 right now and going to stabilize. Nagi about to hit 1,000 combo here.
Will he do it?
He's still holding on to that double S.
They all know where the next notes are falling. Preparing for the Motion, however, gonna miss as well. And this time around, okay, gonna trade it with Crystal, but this time around, really looking like China is gonna be able to take a good point. Spectator Motion, double miss over there. The score difference keeps growing as Nagi is
keeps
performing
going as well.
Godlike.
He has really stepped up, and this is a crucial, going to be a break point for China if they can hold this with only about 15 seconds left to go in the map.
Incredible to see how they can hit all of these patterns with such, it looks like they do it with such ease. Unbelievable. Nagi's gonna drop the FC, sadly. Spectator's gonna trade it. Sadly, Nagi not quite pulling off the 0 miss, but wow, that was still incredibly good from Nagi.
Yeah, that is a much better performance from China than in the previous match, and a slight decrease in performance from South Korea. But it is a crucial break point for China. China get to pick next, and a victory puts them back within 1 point, touching distance of South Korea. This match is not over yet by a long shot.
They're trying to pull off for South Korea here. We're going to see a new map here, Tricklash 2020. Tricklash 220. From one of the South Korean players, Minato Yukina. Spice it up a little bit, China. Go ahead.
This one we won't have seen before. It's one of the last remaining picks that we've not seen in any of the matches this weekend. So I guess this is probably the most straightforward of the available Hard Rock picks in that it's not that long, just under 2 minutes in length, but it is quite fast, obviously with the 220 BPM. And a lot of the kind of wiggling patterns and hyper dashes can really add up onto your catching precision, even in just a 2-minute map. Ooh, Rockma actually calling for the tactical timeout. I'm not sure if they're allowed to do that on their opponent's pick. Looks like that's fine. So yeah, we're gonna have a 2-minute break to allow South Korea to resettle the nerves, perhaps. So yeah, don't go anywhere. Maybe grab a quick drink, but we're going to be right back with all the action as soon as these teams are ready to go. South Korea just looking for a little bit of a breather. They notice that China have some momentum. Maybe it's a tactical decision to try and halt that. So time is ticking down now. The tactical timeout is almost over. We're going to be getting into game number 9. China looking to mount a strong recovery. South Korea wanting to get another breakpoint that will take them to match point on their own pick. And one step closer to that 5th World Championship title. All the good luck's coming out. Here we go then, underway, 5 to go. Loading everyone in, syncing everybody up, and away we go. Everyone's settling in nicely to this massive speed increase. 100 combo secured, no issues. $200 combo coming up. Spectator going to be the first to drop right before hitting 200 combo, gives China an early advantage. Nagi going to trade that though. No further misses. This may be advantage South Korea due to Spectator missing just before 200 combo. Dusk gonna drop is gonna give South Korea even more an advantage, and he's very low on HP here. Nagi going down as well. Spectator up at 200 combo. South Korea building a very large advantage. We're already halfway through the map, and China have a lot of combo to recover. Dusk back up at 200 combo, no problems then on. Nagi about to do the same. Score difference stabilizes as we approach the long slider. Spectator is going to drop at the end of the long slider though. That alone is not going to be enough to sway the difference, but it's a start. China need to see further misses from South Korea here with 1/3 of the map still to play. Motion and QWH still holding on to a double S.
Not looking too good for China though, as Dusk seems to not be able to play it as well as most people would expect him to do. And it's looking like this is going to be a very comfortable win for South Korea. Motion missing there, but it's not really going to matter at all. Nagi missing at the end is going to seal the deal. South Korea taking a 6th point. And now it's starting to get warm in here.
So South Korea now on match point, and it's their own pick. 2 double S's coming out, one from each side, Crystal and QWHJ. This could be the final map if South Korea can just secure 1 more point, and they have some maps that they're fairly comfortable on. Let's see what's going to be. Will we now see the Panopticon come out?
Perhaps, yeah.
South Korea did also perform very well on Nomod 5.
This really swaps things up because instead of a 5-4 scoreline, which seems a lot more doable for China, now we are back at 6-3. This final, perhaps final point that South Korea needs. They're going to be able to pick as well. It's going to be really hard for China.
Looks like South Korea are going to go with Nomod 3 though, Izana.
Yep.
I believe this will be the last map that we have not yet seen in the Grand Finals pool, obviously apart from the tiebreaker. So good that we get to see a little bit of everything, even if this is the last map.
A little bit of entertainment for us mortals watching this match. Quite an intense song as well, which might be the final map of the match. We shall see. Let's see if China can pull off some miracle here and take the point, or whether South Korea is just going to run away with it.
Yeah, it's a long road to come back for China, but it has to start right now. They need to win 3 points in a row, including 2 break points, in order to force that tiebreaker and keep their world championship dream alive. South Korea just need 1 more point. They've already won the bracket reset. Can they do a second time?
Nagi with an early miss. Rockman and QWH are following up. There's a lot that happens in this map very rapidly. Dust missed as well. Crystal and Motion, the only one left with combo. Little bit of a lead here for China at the moment. Nagi's going to struggle a little bit again.
Yeah, China with a very, very slender advantage so far. Although South Korea do have the combo advantage.
It's very minor, as you can see. More misses here from Motion and QWH, so China can capitalize very nicely on that. Crystal's going to miss too, but still the combo advantage in their hands. Crystal, however, struggling there, missing a few times, and the entirety of China drops! As we have Rockma with a combo left in the end of South Korea. QWH getting close to 200 as well, and now it's looking very grim for China. They're going to need a few misses there.
This is not a long map, only 2 minutes in length, so 1 minute to go. China have to just FC the rest of the map and pray, hope, wish for a miss. A lot of misses from South Korea, or this is going to be the end of their hopes in the tournament.
Nagi missing again. This part is actually a bit easier than the first TI in my opinion. The players are doing it really well. South Korea is not giving an inch.
Rockma with the 700 combo closing in now. QWHJ is going to go down though. It's
few misses from him actually. But Crystal's going to miss together with Rockma. More misses are required though, but QWH is not holding on, but 2 misses on the end of China. Probably not going to give him. Oh no, South Korea still leading in combo. Just a little tad bit. But QWH is really struggling towards the end of the map. More misses are required for China to take it. But Dusk is going to miss too. And that's it. You're champions. South Korea taking it 2 years in a row. CWC champion of 2020. With a pretty clutch ending, I have to say. Whew.
Yeah, South Korea become 2-time back-to-back champions. They did it in 2014, 2015, and now again in 2019 and 2020. Big congratulations to them. commiserations to China going down 7-3 two times, but they couldn't have lost to a stronger and more worthy opposition in South Korea.
Regardless of the scoreline, the plays dropped by the players in this match from both teams were out of this world. Just complete nonsense to us mortals. Incredible match, however. South Korea taking it 7-3, 7-3 with a bracket reset and everything. The entire shebang. And they'll be the winners for this year. Very well deserved. Congratulations to China for taking second. And obviously, USA shining at third place. Well played to them as well. They're all gonna get badges. Oh, nice.
Yeah, China once again finding it just a little bit too tall of a mountain, too high in order to climb to get past South Korea on a bracket reset. Their quest to overcome their greatest rivals on the grandest stage continues for another year, but they have performed outstandingly well. They looked very, very dominant all the way throughout, and only came undone in the very final stages to worthy champions. Once again, South Korea, 5 times Catch World Cup champions now.
Exactly, and with a setup not a lot of people expected, with R18 and Sumi joining the team, they still managed to pull it off. And incredibly, they were incredible in doing so as well. I can't stress enough how amazing the players played today and how out of the world their scores were. It's just absolutely fantastic to see, and I'm very happy to see these two countries compete against each other every year. It's amazing. It's such a feast for your eyes. It's absolutely amazing.
It really does never get old to watch these guys totally destroy everything the map pool selectors put in front of them. But unfortunately, there can only be one winner.
It's even scarier when these guys team up in community tournaments, trust me.
Yeah, just don't even sign up if you see these guys on the same team. Or do sign up, but take second place is your first place.
Exactly.
So yeah, congratulations to QWHJ 1027, Rockmer, Spectator, Motion, R18 and Sumi for being your 2020 Catch World Cup champions. They will get very, very nice badges and titles. The titles will stay for 1 year. The badges are permanent. If you were a purchaser of a South Korea supporter banner, you get to keep that for a little time to show everyone that you gave your support to the winners. But right now, I believe we're going to be doing a beautiful tiebreaker showcase so that both teams can have one final farewell. And obviously, Catch World Cup can have a little final farewell for another year. So do hang around to see some more insane plays if you're a very fan neutral. You want to see some absolute tearing up of great maps.
Can't wait. Completely forgot to toot for South Korea though.
There we go.
There it is.
Outstanding performance, Sarton. You've earned your paycheck this month.
Yippee! Well, yeah, that was an incredible match. We're gonna hopefully see some incredible play on this tiebreaker. I'm expecting some people to pull out some crazy mobs as well. They tend to do that. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning into this World Cup. It's been a blast together with the other commentators, blast with the chat. It's been so cool. Every year, it just seems to get better.
It does. And that's why CWC is the best World Cup. Don't at me. You can't deny it.
Everybody says so. We all agree to that fact. Seemingly,
We're just gonna...
What are we gonna do actually?
What are we gonna do after
Only
this?
4.
After CWC is done? Oh my god, I don't know. I'm gonna go celebrate my birthday, I suppose. But it's only not even 10 AM here yet, so maybe I'll go back to bed. I don't know.
Fair point. Good way to spend your day. Seemingly we're gonna 4v4 this, so we're resetting a few things on the stream and so. No, never mind. We're not. Okay,
I think it's a little
just
bit
3v3.
tricky to get everything changed for that, unfortunately. So we will be going 3v3, but we have everyone is in the lobby from both teams in the background. So
Yep. Surprisingly, actually, nobody opting for any sort of mod here. They're just gonna hang out. They're just gonna chill.
I like the fact
just
that
regularly play this map, right?
Crystal is taking no fail despite the fact that he double S'd the tiebreaker from the previous round.
Never be too sure.
But yeah, I guess whilst the calm introduction is playing, we can give a huge thank you to everyone who helped this tournament become the awesome spectacle that it was, from our fellow commentators to the map pool selectors, referees, streamers, our statistician, Nwolf, and of course everyone from the Twitch chat and also all the players as well. The tournament would just simply not happen without you. Everyone who purchased banners and donated subscriptions and bits on Twitch as well. Thank you so much. Your contribution is greatly appreciated and it helps keep World Cups and OS just the awesome game that it is.
Couldn't have said it better there. Completely right, so thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts to everybody helping out, watching us, and all such. Purchasing cool banners, subscribing over 100 times like Vexikita, for example. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that guy deserves a little special shout out. He's completely gone to town on the Boss Live Twitch channel this last few weeks.
Yep. Incredibly fast this map again. Seemingly the players aren't too tired yet.
The fact that they've been playing for, well, 3.5 hours now, and they're still going at this pace and they're able to perform at this level of skill, it puts me in awe, but it also makes me feel very kind of sad that I'm very inadequate.
More like 2.5 hours though.
Us mortals will never quite attend to this level.
We shall never be this good. So yeah, all eyes on Spectator for now, I assume. Never mind me, no eyes on Spectator.
We still got it. These guys have the playing skills, we have the cursing skills.
That's how we do.
That's how we roll. You got to find something you're good at and stick with it, and we're good at telling people how well they're doing and then they miss, so...
And also the biggest of shoutouts to Juan and Walter Toro for hosting the tournament as well. Obviously, I think they also deserve a bit of a special shoutout as hosts. So
yeah, just a little bit. They do some stuff. They're all right.
Yeah. And thank you so much for Tross for streaming pretty much all the matches here, doing all of that background work, allowing us to also do the CWC recap we introduced. Which we might actually
sorry for would be nice. Sorry for kind of pushing you into time zones and let's do this. Let's go now. Let's rearrange to this time. Please be up an hour earlier. But yeah, it's been great to recap as well, and hopefully you guys have all enjoyed the commentary that we've brought and the little added features. I know that when you see the OS Live go up, you're like, I just want them to play the match. But hopefully we've added some extra kind of interest and analysis for you that's been enjoyable. It's been really good fun for us too, so...
Suits are
maybe you'll see that and some World Cups going forward.
Yeah. That would be cool indeed. We've had some people requesting it, so we shall request it to the other commentators as well. We obviously don't really have control over that, but we will try our best.
We can write them a strongly worded letter.
Now, would you do this, please?
It is in the best interests of OS Live and all of the glorious Osu community.
Incredible combos here from Motion, for example. 1400.
Expecting nothing less from that man.
Yep. We are gonna have one more drop. Really feeling 200 step. That's the climax of this tournament.
Oh, I know some people we haven't thanked. Mr. Puffbuck, once again, 100%ing a tournament from the World Cup stream. I think this is like his 7th World Cup now, where he's been every single minute of every single stream, contributing his moderation, his assistance, and his beautiful smile. Thank you so much for all your help.
Such an incredible feat, indeed.
And all of our other super fans, like Eagle MD, F Fan as well.
So many wonderful people, but thank you to everybody, obviously, for checking it out. Whether you checked it out only once, whether you were here for the entire ride, we appreciate every single one of you people.
Yeah, so if you're a huge fan of Catch and you've been following us since the kind of birth of tournaments, or if you're tuning into your first ever CWC and you're like, I don't know anything about Catch, but these guys are pretty good. We hope you've enjoyed and that you either watch us again in the future or you try getting into the mode yourself, because it'll be wonderful to have you around to grow the mode and chat to you more in the future. So yeah, hope you have enjoyed. But we're coming to a conclusion here, coming into the
scoreline
final
is so
outro.
close, even here as in the showcase match. Even now, they are only differing like 10,000 points ish. The thought of these two countries is amazing.
Is anyone going to petition for another bracket reset? Can we just watch these guys go again?
You don't need sleep.
We don't need sleep, and I think they've all earned some rest. So
that is correct.
it will be China taking the consolation prize, winning the showcase tiebreaker, but it will be South Korea, your 2020 OsCatch World Cup champions once again. So congratulations to them, but well played to both teams, and obviously all the other teams and players that helped participate in the tournament to get us to this stage.
Exactly. Thank you for playing. Thank you for entertaining us. You guys are all amazing. This community is amazing, and that goes to show in these kind of amazing moments. But now, CWC is also gonna exit the Earth's atmosphere. We are also gonna take our leave. Everything, how nice it might be, must come to an end. And that is exactly what we're doing. But we'll be back with more content than you will ever need. So do follow the channel, because you'll get an email notification whenever we are live with anything, any content, any World Cup, anything. And you don't want to miss out on anything, because we have some incredible stuff to show you guys. You can also subscribe if you're feeling generous. And the banners, I mean, doesn't really make a lot of sense. You could probably still buy a banner, as far as I know.
I believe they've been taken down, actually.
Never mind.
Thank you for everyone who did purchase one.
Indeed. I hope you enjoyed your banner. And everybody having the South Korean banner, you can still enjoy it for the coming times as well. So do as you may.
So yeah, to wrap up, there is your podium place. South Korea, the victors. China, the second place team, and the US, who we saw yesterday, securing that third place once again. So congratulations to them. But I think from us, Sartan and myself, JB Hyperion, and obviously everyone here at the OS Live tournament team, that is going to be it for just a little while. We'll be returning with more World Cups in the near future, so do stay tuned, as Sartan said. Anything else you want to say to close up, Sartan?
I think all that needs to be said has been said. I wish all of you an amazing day, and I hope you enjoyed this tournament as much as we did. We'll be back with more tournaments and a new CWC in 2021. There's much more to be seen. There's much more to be heard from these teams, and we're gonna enjoy. But for now, we're gonna rest a little bit, get back to a normal non-tournament routine. How sad that might be.
5 a.m.
Actually being able to celebrate your birthday. Woo! Woo! Amazing. Righty. That's it, guys. Thank you so incredibly much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your time. That's it for us. JBH, thank you so much for commentating this match with me. It's been good fun.
No problem, no problem. So yes, from Sartan and I, it's goodbye. From everyone on the tournament team, it's goodbye. We'll see you next time. And remember that rhythm is just a click away.
And that's how it is. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
I don't know who I will become, but I know